Adjournment Committee, December 12th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here. Given recent statements at a board meeting, I just wanted to let everybody in the audience and listening members of the public know that we do value this time now that the cannabis items have been moved to this meeting for open opportunities for discussion. And as the chair, I have been and will continue to be flexible. Some items may be continued to future meetings in 2023. I believe it's proposed that we have one of these meetings every single month. So as far as scheduling is concerned and for the opportunities for the public and the advocates to be heard, I just want to make sure that we are keeping an open dialogue, and just to remind everybody about that. So we'll go ahead and start with item 2A, discussion and possible action, including direction regarding the development of the Mendocino County's 2023 legislative platform. And Darcy, CEO Antle.
Good morning. CEO Antle here. We are asking for direction on the 2023 legislative platform. Attached is the 2022 platform. So at this time, I'd like to ask Dylan Knowles to come up and tell you some of the work that he's been doing and ask for any additional input that you would like to see coming forward. And this will come before the full board in one of the first couple meetings.
I'm Dylan Knowles, admin analyst for the executive office, and what we're working on with the legislative platform is our plan is to gather more information from you guys, the board of supervisors, our stakeholders, and then use our strategic plan to basically, and goals, to form what we're going to do for the legislative platform. Currently, what's on there from last year and what we've added a couple things is just disaster recovery, COVID-19 response recovery, natural resources, economic and community development, health and human services, public safety, cannabis, homelessness, and then we're also the Public Records Act. We're going to try to find additional funding for that. And we're going to look to put those pillars into our strategic planning and goals to hopefully set it up so that it fits what everybody in our county wants. Some of our strategic plans and goals currently are an effective county government organization, a safe and healthy county, a thriving economy, and a prepared and resilient county. Any questions or anything that you guys know that you might want to add on to that?
I think that during today's meeting, we'll be able to hear from the public about things that they would like to see added, in particular to the cannabis platform, and also maybe hear from the department about things that they think should be added. And I guess just a reminder for us all, at any point, things could be added. This is generally a document that we update at the beginning of the year, but if something comes up, we can.
That is correct. And we did receive a couple comments from the public on this. Then one was from Mendocino Cannabis Association with a list of items also that we are going to consider and look into a little bit more to add on to our goals here.
Yeah, I actually want to discuss that memo and decide whether or not the committee thinks that we should add those items before we move forward. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Mulhern. On the item, so it's on page 9, economic and community development, we have a number of suggestions, positions for housing directed at the state. But I don't see we're really advocating for similar items with the federal government. And I realize that in most cases, it's the state that affects regulation in California for housing. But in particular, I've in the last year become aware that there are a number of tax provisions in the federal tax code that gives huge tax windfalls to people who own vacation rentals that are not available to people who own long-term rentals. For example, someone could be a dentist in the Bay Area, go in partnership with 9 other people to buy 10% stake each in a limited liability corporation to own a vacation rental. They can each use the vacation rental a limited number of days throughout the year for personal use, as well as maintaining the property. But basically contract out the day-to-day operations, and yet they still get the tax advantage as if they were actively managing it, which would not be the case if they were renting that same house out to a long-term tenant. So there's some provisions in the federal tax code that are giving tax windfalls to people who own second, third, fourth, fifth homes as vacation rentals that don't extend to those same taxpayers if they were to own a property for long-term residence. And so I'd like to see, we don't have to write it right now, but something under the federal action on economic development to reform the tax code to not provide incentives for vacation rentals that are not equally available to people who own long-term residents or long-term rentals.
Okay, we can definitely look into that and get something added on there in that regard.
Thank you. Is there public comment on this item before we get into the memo from MCA?
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good morning, Hannah Nelson. I'm actually here as the Law and Policy Advisor for Origins Council, which is a statewide advocacy organization. The Mendocino Cannabis Alliance is a member organization of Origins Council. And I'll let MCA speak to their memo. Generally, however, a number of the items that they did mention are in fact likely to appear on Origins Council priority list for this year, particularly the D2C issue. There have been and will continue to be efforts underway to really advance opportunities for direct sales by operators. The current system not only restricts the market in terms of patient access and consumer access, but also the opportunities for small businesses to build their own brand by having that direct relationship. So that's certainly something that's important. We are still in the process of finalizing our priorities platform for the upcoming year, the upcoming legislative year. So we'll look forward to presenting our full platform from Origins Council shortly, and probably within the next month or two. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to online comments, Michael Katz, and then Paul Hansberry.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mulhern. Hello, Supervisor Jurdy, county staff. Good morning. Appreciate the meeting. Glad to hear that we'll be going through the MCA memo, so I don't feel that I need to go through each one of these points, but I do appreciate that we will be. So if you'd like to proceed with the memo and we can have a back and forth conversation about it as you go through items, that would be probably preferable to me trying to go through the whole thing now. Is that preferable to you, or how would you like to proceed?
We can try that. I think I have some questions for the department, and then we can see how we can have the open conversation and go back and forth. Let's give that a try.
Yeah, because maybe we could do I could potentially do comment after the conversation with the department, so that would give us some input to be able to comment beyond the memo.
Sure, not opposed to that. Thank you. Paul?
Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally. My partner Susan and I have been advocating for a legislation that almost made it. Unfortunately, COVID struck it down because the slate had to be pared back. Assemblymember Wood was ready to put her on his slate, and we had a letter of support from the full board of the County of Mendocino for a cottage microbusiness license, and it was ready to be put on his slate, and then COVID hit, and they had to pare things back and to where the the bills that were introduced could only relate to the pandemic and or the budget. But we would like to get those wheels rolling again and update the letter of support of concept from the board. I'm for those that aren't familiar with it, I can resend the pilot program that we proposed, or at least the concept of the pilot program, to see if that could be arranged. The letter was originally sent to Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Woods, the county lobbyist, I believe RCRC as well, and would like to get those wheels turning again, and would like to know if that would be a possibility, if this is the proper venue, or if I should go through my supervisor directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I don't see any other online comments, and I don't have anybody stepping forward. So I'd like to go to Kristen Everdahl, our department head for the cannabis department. Kristen, were there any items in the 2022 platform that should be removed? Are those items all still outstanding? Were you able to review that? And go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Mulhern. I'm Kristen Everdahl here, Director for the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. I believe the first bullet point, advocate for the elimination of the state cultivation tax as a means to support the economic recovery of small businesses and quell competition with the illicit market. That was accomplished this year. The state did eliminate the cultivation tax, so I believe that could be removed. And but I still think there's this definitely a need for the second bullet point, which relates to the state excise tax. And a reduction of that tax would still be, I believe, a benefit to all aspects of the supply chain in Mendocino and throughout the state. There were a couple other items, several bullet points down. Let's see if I do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10, I believe it's the 11th bullet point. My apologies. It reads, advocate for state regulatory policy changes that facilitate opportunities for cultivators, processors, and manufacturers to engage in direct-to-consumer sales, including but not limited to direct-to-consumer sales through on-farm sales, farmers markets, and direct-to-consumer delivery options. This is still a very important item to advocate for the cannabis marketplace. And I believe MCA in their memo has suggested some revised language that would probably clarify this point and expand it to some extent. So I think that discussion would be great to have today. I am not aware of other items that should be removed because they have been accomplished. Let me see, I have one more note here. Yep, that. And I do know if we go back up 2 bullet points, I believe it's around bullet point 9, advocating for the removal of the regulatory prohibition on cannabis activities within a residence so that local jurisdictions can implement cottage industry codes, allow commercial cannabis businesses to the ability to engage in analogous activities. I know that this has not been an issue for cultivators. The residential restrictions are not attached to cultivation, but looking at the MCA memo, I suspect that this item, as it appears in the 2022 legislative platform, could perhaps be brought in to encompass some of the components, if it was the board's wish, identified in the MCA memo. And then there's a number of new items in the MCA memo that are not reflected in the 2022 platform.
Okay, thank you. So we can, Supervisor Jordy, I just want to make sure that you don't have any questions on that and that you're ready to move on to the MCA memo.
Actually, I'm not clear which bullet point in our last year's platform that the director was just referring to.
I should have turned them into numbers. My apology. When I so let me see if I can count down. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Advocate for removal of the regulatory prohibition on cannabis activities within a residence.
Yes, and so it comes after the removal of the 4-acre cap. It's about bullet point 10 or 11. It's regarding direct-to-consumer sales. It ends with item 3, is at the end of this bullet point statement.
Okay. Under state action, I'm seeing a similar item, but it appears to be bullet point number 5, and it ends with items 6 and 7.
It could be that when I converted the PDF to Word document, that some of my bullet points are slightly skewed. But the language I was referring to specifically is advocate for state regulatory policy changes that facilitate opportunities for cultivators, processors, and manufacturers to engage in direct-to-consumer sales, including but not limited to direct-to-consumer sales through on-farm sales, farmers markets, and direct-to-consumer delivery options.
Okay, yeah, your other language was referring to, I think, bullet number 5.
Oh, it's bullet number 10. It's bullet number 10. Thank you, Darcy. CEO Antle.
Okay, if we can turn to the MCA memo, which is an attachment to our agenda today. Starting with number 1, endorse state and federal action that grants small producers access to direct-to-consumer sales, including through cannabis events, on-farm sales, and direct shipping. Is there specific language beyond that bullet point that should be added?
I believe that one thing to consider would be adding the reference to direct shipping. And the current Ledge platform expands the access to direct-to-consumer sales to also include processors and manufacturers. So I think those are the kind of the differences between what's currently in the Ledge platform and what MCA has proposed.
Okay, and is the department comfortable with adding
Direct
a little
shipping?
bit of language for that?
Yes, the department is comfortable with adding direct shipping to what's currently bullet point 10
Okay.
in the Ledge platform.
Supervisor Jurdy, are you comfortable with that?
I am, but just to be clear, we're in asking the state to eliminate the regulations prohibiting the activity, the cannabis activity in the residential neighborhoods. It's my concept that's allowing for local communities to decide for themselves what level of cannabis activity that they feel comfortable with at the local level, rather than a statewide policy. So I think we have seen in Mendocino County through property owner surveys that neighborhoods in downtown Laytonville, Leggett, or South Leggett, and Covelo overwhelmingly voted to, the property owners overwhelmingly voted to support commercial cannabis in those particular neighborhoods. Where there were other surveys outside of Fort Bragg, it was overwhelming opposition to the commercial cannabis. So I think the intent, as far as I could see from those bullet points in our platform, is to say that it should not be a state prohibition because it's more appropriate for that policy to be adopted at a community level.
I would agree with that. I think the local jurisdiction always has the ability to create narrower regulations than what the state has published. So while we can't necessarily expand our regulatory scope to allow actions beyond what the state allows, the local jurisdiction could further restrict any regulatory framework that is put forward by the state.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that in my supporting an elimination of a state ban, it doesn't mean that I think that all neighborhoods want commercial cannabis. And the facts have shown us exactly the opposite, that many neighborhoods, and I would say the predominant neighborhoods in Mendocino County, don't want commercial scale cannabis in their residential neighborhoods. It's really the exception where neighborhoods have demonstrated that they do want commercial scale cannabis in the residential neighborhoods.
And by expanding the language for direct-to-consumer sales, I don't anticipate that this would facilitate growth of commercial cannabis in residential neighborhoods. I think, direct-to-consumer sales, including through cannabis events are very heavily regulated, not just by the local jurisdiction, but also by the state. So any farmer, if this were to go through, a processor or manufacturer wanting to engage in direct-to-consumer sales at commercial cannabis events would have rigorous rules and regulations to follow. On-farm sales, this is been a commonly requested opportunity for producers, especially if we talk about agricultural tourism and we think about farm tours and whether or not there should be a pathway for some form of sales to occur in those instances. Direct shipping may look like delivery services and or USPS or another appropriate sort of mailing snail mail option. But again, these would all be wrapped in regulations, not just from the state, but I think the local jurisdiction could add regulations to these allowances should the state expand the allowance for direct-to-consumer sales.
Thank you. If we're ready to move on to item number 2 in the MCA memo, establish a process for cultivation license following at looks like at the state level.
So I think that this makes quite a bit of sense. The licensing program here at the county has been well received. People are taking advantage of it, and I think it does provide a necessary opportunity to pause your activities and have a reprieve from the cost associated with maintaining compliance and licensure. I think we can absolutely ask the state to find a pathway to move forward. I don't have any concern about this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. Did you have any objections to adding this item to our legislative platform?
Not at this time.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 3, streamline transfers from mixed light 1 to outdoor license types for eligible cultivators. And we do understand that the state has changed some ability to be flexible with license types.
Yes, and I think this item 3 kind of goes hand in hand with an additional item farther down in the memo, allowing folks to operate all of the activities kind of that are lower down in the license type for cultivation. I do think that streamlining the transfers of a license type is going to be necessary, especially as we run up against the timelines for provisional license renewals and the last ability for provisional license issuance. Currently, the state requires someone who wants to move, say, from a 10,000 square foot mixed light license to a 10,000 square foot outdoor license to fully reapply for that outdoor license. The processing timeline for that outdoor license, even if it has all of the same components as the mixed light license, right? Same footprint, same water source, same site plan, et cetera, is generally 6 to 9 months. So it would be very helpful to a number of our applicants to have a streamlined process for these license type changes. But I would suggest that it's for all license type changes. So someone who needs to go, say, from a 10,000 to a 5,000 square feet license. We have some folks who are reducing their license sizes long-term. These sort of reductions in license sizes and analogous footprint from mixed light to outdoor, say, should all be streamlined, in my opinion.
Thank you. And so is there a way to include, and maybe this is a question for County Council as well, because I think this has been discussed before, and if you read really the last paragraph from MCA underneath that item, number 3, I think it's also about not only advocating at the state level, but also the flexibility within the county and our ability as the county to be able to shift and be more aligned with the state when they change their rules.
I don't know that we're misaligned with
Okay.
the state. So our definitions, utilizing light deprivation would trigger a mixed light license type or permit type, but the pricing for that mixed light type locally is no different than the pricing for an outdoor permit type or an indoor permit type, unless of course there's additional layers of permitting that needs to happen, such as a administrative permit or a use permit. Currently, there is no issue with someone holding, say, a mixed light permit with the county and an outdoor license with the state. There's nothing there's nothing in the state violation section or code that requires the local jurisdiction to align with the state's definitions and terminology for license types. And as a matter of fact, ours really don't align at all if we talk about the size component specifically. But I think maybe
Yeah, County Council Curtis, I see that you're
Yes.
ready.
I would just say, Madam Chair, that legally, I don't know that it's an issue, but practically, there is some room for confusion when we use the same words to describe different things at the state and local level. So, I think that there's some room for us to review and make updates, either to regulatory schemes or, frankly, sometimes just to the words that we use to describe those issues to make sure that we line up. I think some of this is coming from the fact that we enacted our standards before the state enacted theirs. So obviously we were working in a vacuum, and then the state decided not to follow our lead on some of those categories and definitions. I think that that's something that we could do as part of our regular cleanup items, or the next time we have a significant cleanup item on the cannabis ordinance is look at the names, the categories, et cetera, and other ways that we could make it easier for both the applicant and the department in terms of how we describe state and local regulations.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that I'm hearing that that's not necessary to add to our ledge platform at this time, and that'll be some department cleanup that'll be coming forward in a future meeting.
I would recommend considering the state, putting state action to streamline the transfer of a license type in the ledge platform. That is a reapply process, as I mentioned. So there's really no way to take advantage, or there's no way for an applicant to take advantage of the new definitions that would allow light deprivation activities in an outdoor license type without paying an application fee for an outdoor license and going through the process of a 6 to 9 month review for a new outdoor license. So if there was a way that they could simply do a license change transfer at the state, it would save them considerable money in a lot of instances and time.
Okay, great. So it'll be in our state ledge platform, but we have updates coming forward for the county. Perfect. Supervisor Jurdy, did you have any other comments on this item?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to number 4, allow for batch tagging mature cannabis plants in metric in batches of 100 as is currently allowed for immature plants rather than tagging each individual plant. And this would be something we would advocate with the state for. Does the department have any concerns about that?
No, the department has no concerns about this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. Do you have any concerns about adding this to our legislative platform?
I guess my question is, why is this currently state law? What was the state law intended to accomplish?
I don't know that I can speak to what the state law intended to accomplish other than making sure that there's a robust tracking mechanism for all cannabis produced and sold in the state of California. There is language in the statute that does allow for batch tracking of up to 100 plants. The state, however, only implemented that for immature plants. So what we're seeing currently in all aspects of cultivation is that the tagging of each and every individual plant does result in a robust amount of waste that is not recyclable or biodegradable. It is landfill waste. And so there have been significant concerns about the amount of waste developed by the industry, not just in plant tags, but also take child-resistant packaging, for example. So the proposal here would be significant in reducing waste, but furthermore, it would be quite significant in reducing the labor expense for farms. So the cost of doing the data entry for each and every plant tag you put on a plant when it moves from your nursery or your immature plant area into your mature canopy area is fairly extensive, right? You've got the time associated with labeling each plant. You've got the time associated with documenting that via the electronic metric platform. So this proposal in item 4 would not only significantly reduce the amount of waste produced every year by the use of plant tags, it would also significantly reduce the labor for farmers and their labor expenses.
So, just in a kind of big picture, what it seems to me when I look at what the state set up for the cannabis program is it seems to, in a lot of ways, they've created a fair amount of regulation for the counties or cities to administer, and not a lot of evidence that they're actually providing much enforcement or oversight at the state level. And I think as a county, I think we should be advocating more of a balanced approach, that the state's collecting, I believe, far more tax revenue than the counties are as a percentage of all taxes. And yet, when I've talked to various people in county government, no one is aware of random audits of the dispensaries, and maybe it's happened, but by the state. And that seems clearly largely on their shoulders. So on the one hand, I agree with maybe reducing the administrative burden on the county with some of these regulations at the farm level. But it seems to me there's a pretty big loophole if no one is absolutely certain that 99% of the product being sold at dispensaries throughout California are actually guaranteed by the state to have come from licensed sites, and we're part of the regulation. So I think on the one hand, while we could certainly advocate for reducing the oversight of the farms through some of these policies, which probably have a smaller profit margin than on average than dispensaries, I feel like we should also be advocating for the state to guarantee that they're providing at least once a year audits, unannounced audits of retail dispensaries to ensure that the products being sold in those dispensaries came from licensed and taxed wholesale farmers.
If I may add to that, I think one of the maybe equal to, if not more significant concerns about the supply chain is what may or may not be happening in a distribution center. So there is a lawsuit pending against the state regarding what's called burner distribution. So the state has struggled and Metric has not been able to fully capture how much product in a distribution center is coming from the legal market and how much of it is being inverted from the illicit or unregulated market. Furthermore, I don't know that the dispensary would know the difference once it comes to them from a distributor, because the distributor is going to bring them product that is has metric identifiers on it. So there's been a lot of inversion and diversion occurring at the distribution level. So the audit may be more appropriate at the distribution level or render more information about how much material is actually being purchased and moving into the legal supply chain from a regulated farm versus an unregulated farm.
I think that's a good point and a good conversation. So if we could add that as a separate bullet point aside from this particular issue with the tagging, and I am in favor of encouraging the state to use less plastic and, of course, to save our farmers more time as well. It is very time consuming.
And then just to make sure I get it clear in my notes, consider adding a request for regular auditing of the amount of material moving into the supply chain from the legal farmer or legal suppliers, legal producers. Is that the second part of the request?
Yes, I see Supervisor Jurdy nodding yes. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 5, extend the timeline for restrictions on diesel generators under 50 horsepower to provide time for transition to solar energy or PG&E. One question I had about this before I open it up to Supervisor Jurdy was, what is the timeline that farmers have had to make this transition from?
It's my understanding that this has been in regulations since they were first developed as emergency regulations published in late 2017 for 2018 licensing. So there's already been a roughly 5-year timeline to make this transition.
Supervisor Jurdy, did you have questions or comments on this one?
Well, I supported the policy that required the phase out of diesel generators, and I recognize the price has plummeted since 2017. However, it's still been 5 years. I'm not sure what's the compelling reason to allow the extension. I mean, price of solar has gone down, batteries have gone down in price. I mean, if it's a relatively minor amount of power that's needed, it seems to me almost like a portable solar and battery backup could provide the power.
Thank you. I don't agree with adding this one either. I do think it has been 5 years. So I'm happy to hear comments from MCA after we finish the memo, but I don't think at this point that we're supporting adding that to the platform. Number 6, enable cultivator genetic transfers and no source entry. And Director Neverell, could you just briefly explain what this would do for the industry and your thoughts as the director?
So currently, cultivators are not allowed to bring their genetics into the license if they haven't previously been in metric. So if you are a new license holder, right, you are not able to bring genetic seeds or clone material that you may have been holding on to for the purpose of operating in the legal marketplace or supply chain. You cannot bring those materials into the supply chain. So when the program was first set up at the state, they allowed for what was called immaculate conception. So a cultivator entering the supply chain may have had a stash of seeds that they had worked with previously. They could enter those seeds into the metric system as, a source unknown, so to speak. That practice was eliminated sometime in the last year or 2 years. So cultivators who didn't previously bring their genetic stock into the supply chain do not have an option to do that. They also, if they are producing clones or doing any sort of research and development, breeding activities, they cannot share that newly produced genetic material, meaning they cannot provide it to another cultivator, nor can they provide it to a nursery operator. So at this point, the genetics that are in the supply chain are the genetics essentially that are within the supply chain. So while a nursery can breed all of the genetics that they might be able to get their hands on within the supply chain is ultimately closed loop, and it's going to be a matter of variations between the genetics that currently exist in the supply chain. So that, I find that somewhat concerning because there's a lot that we don't currently know about cannabis, the multitude of varietals that may be out there, and the medical and health benefits of various constituents or compounds associated or in those varietals. So I believe the request here is to kind of break that closed loop, so to speak, where there's the ability for genetics to move into the supply chain, whether it's a new cultivator coming online who has their own genetics, they should be able to put them into metric and utilize them. Or furthermore, this request that cultivators be able to share genetics with other licensed cultivators and also with nursery operators so that those genetics can further expand in the supply chain. On its face, I don't have concerns about this item. I do believe the kind of closed loop component of genetics leaves a lot to be desired, right? It doesn't allow for a very kind of expansive or it doesn't allow for a lot of opportunity to expand the options for consumers or patients in the marketplace.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy, do you have any objections to adding this to the ledge platform?
I don't. I just think it's interesting. I mean, on one hand, I mean, why would people be against innovation and new information, new science? But it is interesting that in a way, one of the things that we've heard from the beginning about the cannabis industry being kind of cultivated in the backwoods of the Emerald Triangle for years, for decades, that perhaps unique genetics were owned and possessed by people in the industry prior to legalization. But by making seeds widely available on the open market, I'm kind of curious about the competitive advantage that over time seems inherently lost as those seeds, move around the state, move around the country, move around the world. So has anybody, I don't know, has UC done some economic analysis of what's going to happen with the dispersion of those seeds to the greater world and the fact that there may not be that competitive advantage for businesses or individuals anyway here in California?
I believe there probably is some research to that effect, but I think the competitive advantage component to highlight here has been likely a concern from nurseries that allowing cultivators the opportunity to transfer genetics from cultivator to cultivator and or to the nursery licensees creates competition for the nurseries that doesn't currently exist today. But I do think part of what's been critical to the success and the reputation, so to speak, of this region of farmers is the creative breeding, the time that has gone into it, the diversity of genetics that have come out of not just Mendocino, but the Emerald Triangle as a whole. And the way the regulations currently are written, it puts an end to that, right? Farmers can creatively breed amongst themselves, but again, if they haven't brought a genetic into their facility from a nursery, they don't have any opportunity to utilize materials that they may have on site or may have accumulated to conduct further breeding and development. So.
Okay, so we'll add that one, and just a reminder, we will do public comment again after this, after we've gone through the MCA memo. So number 7, increase access to microbusiness licensure through regulation appropriate for small scale and rural operations. And there are actually several bullet pointed items. So I'm just wondering if staff or Supervisor Jurdy have any questions or concerns about those 3 items that are listed.
Perhaps I could provide a little background just on
Sure.
the subsections here. So currently, micro businesses under state regulations defer to the security features associated with the activities that are being conducted. So it is only cultivators who are not required to have video surveillance alarm systems and locks. So one of the challenges there's lots of challenges for cultivators in trying to set up a micro business, but one of the significant challenges is that once you add distribution or manufacturing or retail, right, you're triggering these heightened security measures because the micro business is the way it's regulated. You have to engage in the higher level of security if you're conducting those activities and follow those activities' security requirements. So that's what 7A is referencing. Item 7B, I would have to look at, I do believe that this was removed in regulations, that there's not necessarily the requirement to have a wall between the different activities you are conducting under a micro business. So I think the state is amenable to this, and I'm pretty sure that this was already accomplished in the regulations, but I would need to double check that and did not have time to comb through the regulations before this morning's meeting. And remove the liability insurance requirement for a distributor self-transport license. I think that is something that the county can advocate for. I would find it a little challenging, or perhaps challenging, to assume that the state would have a zero insurance requirement here. So perhaps there's a way to recommend a reduced insurance requirement, or something to that extent. And as far as micro businesses are concerned, I think some of the challenges that face rural operators is that when we talk about manufacturing, right, even non-volatile solvent manufacturing, manufacturing usually occurs in zones appropriate for manufacturing, right? A manufacturing zone or an industrial zone. When we talk about retail activities often occur in a commercial zoned area, right? So when we talk about farming, non-cannabis farming, would generally occur in ag zoned properties. But what we're talking about here with a lot of our farmers is that they are in remote areas, and I think the state can't necessarily fix through regulations the challenges that local jurisdictions find themselves in, allowing activities that may not be suitable for the type of zoning that these farms are located in. So that, I think, has been one of the biggest pain points for the micro business license, is how do local jurisdictions regulate in a manner that allows for these type of activities in areas that aren't generally zoned to have retail activities or manufacturing activities occurring. And so it has made it an expensive endeavor for cultivators wishing to engage in other activities through the state's microbusiness license. It's been expensive, and not just the security components, but the type of permitting required to kind of expand a broad and diverse range of activities that would usually occur on different types of zoned parcels. How do you lump that all together into the appropriately zoned location? I think I want to leave it there with background. I don't think there's any harm in advocating for the language that's here, but I don't know that it creates a solution for micro businesses. And I think Paul and Susan's comments and request for a new type of micro business license that is akin to more of a cottage industry, a California kind of standard cottage industry opportunity, might be more successful than trying to restructure the already, out the gate micro business license as we currently know it. But that's really my personal opinion. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, no comments.
Yeah, I agree, Director Nevedal, that perhaps just advocating for an easier process for the very, very small operators might be a quicker way to remove barriers to access for very small cultivators. But at this time, I would like to first open up the comments to Michael Katz online, and then I do believe that we have comments in the room as well.
Great. Thank you so much, supervisors and Director Nevedal. I really appreciate the conversation that happened. Just want to go back over a couple of these items. You know, we're talking about the cottage and the micro business. Appreciate that there are definitely different avenues for this. But ultimately, I want to also just address the idea of commercial activity in this context. You know, when we think of commercial activity, we think of, highways and semi trucks and, very aggressive machinery potentially. And what we're really talking about here is really cottage businesses, the kind of cottage businesses that are the foundation for many residents in Mendocino as well. And this is just an instance where, because of cannabis's situation in the federal perspective, there are additional limitations that have been put on, even though ultimately we all, I think, believe that over time this will go away. Cannabis will be identified as agriculture, and these extra barriers that are in place will be removed. So appreciate the interest in trying to help facilitate that in whatever manner is possible. We definitely appreciate the genetics conversation. I think we've all experienced that there has been a decrease in genetic diversity in the cannabis market. And as Director Nevedal indicated, this is one of the hallmarks of our region and one of the things that makes our community so special. And it's just really important that we don't lose those incredibly unique varietals and opportunities. So thank you for supporting that. Globally, I appreciate the questions that were asked about the batch tagging. This is going to be a huge savings for people in time and in waste and resources. And the reality on the ground is that there's very little incentive for non-licensed operators to try to operate within the licensed market. The taxes are higher. Consumers have been decreasing, and we've seen this coming for the large businesses and the small businesses. So I think that being able to address this practically will make a huge difference for everybody, and it doesn't actually reduce the robustness of the tracking and tracing. And I think Supervisor Jurdy, you'll be happy to know that actually recently there was an announcement from the DCC that a dispensary has been fined. They owe $6.5 million in taxes, and right now their tax penalty is over $13 million. There is a robust effort underway at the DCC and a lot of reporting lately to identify some of these tax issues and address them. So there is enforcement happening. I can assure you. But, when we're talking here about our smallest operators and trying to make sure that their systems are as streamlined as possible, I appreciate everyone's agreement on that item. Also, the mixed light 1 to outdoor license, appreciate that. That is a major benefit to people that if they can actually access it, could create a lot more value for them and for the community in terms of tax revenue by being able to utilize light deprivation without any supplemental lighting. Fallowing, we already do here. That's great. And the direct consumers, everybody said, that is probably, in addition to cannabis being designated as agriculture, one of the most important things on the table right now for our small operators to generate the full value of their product at market. And when they're able to do that, they will also have more taxes to pay on it. So everybody wins. So thank you so much for your time. And we look forward to seeing these incorporated into the Ledge platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll go into the room and then I'll go back to Jude Tillman online.
Thank you, Hannah Nelson, again. And really briefly, I do appreciate not only Director Nevedal's comments, but your consideration of all these issues and your agreement in most of the items. I did want to support a few concerns that were raised with regards to the being having product enter the regulated market from unregulated sources with respect to immature plants. And I really concur with Michael Katz that really a lot of that material is coming from unregulated farms into the distributors, not so much from regulated farms. At least that's what we're seeing. Of course, there's not an effective way to study it, but there's not a lot of incentive for somebody to enter through the regulated system if they already are regulated. NCDTFA has been conducting audits, as well as DCC does do inspections. Usually they're 24 hours in advance notice, but often there are some enforcement actions that are not. The genetic research component issue is really critical, and in fact, at Origins Council, we are currently, literally this week, submitting a grant application with UC Fullerton, Cal Poly Humboldt, UC Berkeley on legacy genetics research. So I think that there is an effort to make sure that there's scientific basis for documenting material and diversity in the botanical realm that has not been documented before. And hopefully that will bring further impetus to go ahead and ensure that not only is the IP of those that have produced these diverse genetics preserved and protected, and there's a foundation for doing so, but also make sure that there's a way to bring diversified product that has not been not chosen to come into the regulated market and have some system for doing so. And I think that that's the thought behind trying to have no source entry. It's not that they wouldn't be tracked, it's that we've got to get a way to get further genetics in that chose in the past to not come in. Also, it dovetails nicely with the appellations work that's rolling out. With respect to the heightened security requirements, I just want to clarify that things like the additional insurance, the additional security cameras for farms that are choosing to engage in other activities, for the most part, these are farmers that might be engaging in distribution just for themselves, or retail, not even necessarily on farm, but off farm through delivery or whatever. And it's not the same as needing the level of insurance requirements. They're also already bonded for each license. So it's not as if there's not a way to hold people accountable. Everything is tracked and traced, but it is sometimes challenging for small farms to be able to benefit from diversified activity because of these restrictions. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go online to Jude Tillman and then Paul Hansberry. Jude, are you able to unmute? Okay, I'm going to move on to Paul Hansberry. Oh, there we go. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hitting the wrong button. Just two quick comments, one about batch tagging and one about genetics. The discussion on the batch tagging, if you suggest an audit to determine how much of the cannabis crop is moving into the supply chain at the distro level, that would be a huge waste of resources. The metric system with all of the cultivator tagging, whether it's for 1 or 100 plants, is detailed, if not too detailed. It's a system that tracks every gram of cannabis. The comments made on this reveals kind of an understandable but still surprising lack of familiarity with the rigorous and onerous tracking provided by Metric. My staff is complaining every day about how difficult Metric is because it's so detailed. With regard to batch tagging the item in the legislative platform and turning it into a bullet point, I'm not sure what that means, and I'd like to find out if that means it's not going to be included in the county ledge platform or it is. Just real quickly on genetics, and then if you could answer that question, I appreciate it, Supervisor Mulhern. With regard to genetics, Supervisor Jurdy suggested what's going to happen to if, and are there any studies about what's happening if there's a dispersion of seeds to the greater world? I don't think we're calling for an unbridled, quote, dispersion of seeds. The sharing of genetics on the legal marketplaces is not doing something that isn't already happening outside the legal tracked and regulated environment. And it's been happening for decades among serious cultivators and medicine makers, quote, in the hills, as Supervisor Jurdy says. We in the medical cannabis community are desperate for any expansion of access to medical cannabis plants and manufactured products to meet a very large medicinal patient base that is so currently underserved. It's a joke. And we patients every day throughout the state are unable to secure medicine, and the medicines are not being developed that we need to have developed. So we need to start to have a whole line of inquiry and research and work to make it easier for people to produce medical cannabis. So about the bullet point.
Thank you, Jude. The intention of the committee is to add that bullet point to the legislative platform. So thank you for that. And then Paul Hansberry, I see that you have a comment or a question.
Yes, hi, this is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally. The microbusiness based on a cottage industry or cottage kitchen that the state allows, and the economy of scale, the security measures based on scale is exactly what we're talking about. There are other things that are appropriate based on the scale for a cottage microbusiness license. I will go ahead and forward this to people that might not have been on the board when this was approved before, so that you can see the overview and the concept of it that Kristen so kindly was making reference to as new legislation. Because trying to get these things this thing and then that thing and then that thing reminds me of the old Johnny Cash song, One Piece at a Time, where he tried to steal one piece at a time to build himself a Cadillac. It still wasn't a Cadillac. You need to take a global approach to it to get people, we have, people were talking about building the airplane while it's flying, but we have a perfectly fine airplane that we've been using for many years in our hangars here, and you're happy to use, we're happy to let you use that as well. So we're using those ideas and concepts about things that have tried and true, and utilizing them into the regulations might be a better way to approach things rather than trying to just put Band-Aids on things. So thank you very much. I appreciate all these different ideas, and I will forward this to the entire board this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see an additional online comment from Corinne Powell.
Hi, thank you and good morning to everyone. I wholeheartedly, sincerely support all recommendations that have come to the meeting today from Hannah and from MCA. I wanted to add just my special endorsement to the need for a much more liberal attitude for cultivators, research and development, whether it be making their own clones or whether it be creating their own seeds and hybridizing what they know are proper cultivars, not only for their environment, but for the clients that they serve. Regarding micro businesses, for years I have advocated that the county revise part of their micro business consideration. We did take it out of the industrial zone only, but we have tethered agricultural practices to types of cottage and home occupation businesses that are not agriculture. The two concepts of what you can do in a home or in an auxiliary building are very different from what is happening primarily in outdoor cultivations and size of areas required for drying and curing, and the complications, of ag buildings, which are limited to who can use them, and the problems of maybe only allowing one employee. I would like the General Governance Committee to ask the department to do a more comprehensive review of the activities that could be allowed to cultivators under a micro business license that would allow up to 10,000 square feet in the license and allow for manufacture, distribution, and retail of on-farm cultivated products only. I believe that's all I want to add today, and I would like to thank Kristen for her support of many of these stakeholder recommendations, and I thank Supervisors Jurdy and Mulhern for taking them under consideration.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional comments online or in the room, so I'd like to ask Mr. Knowles to come forward to the podium, and I'd like to ask Ms. Nevedal if you have enough direction to move forward with updating the legislative platform.
So I think we have a good amount of information for the cannabis portion of it, and to move forward with what we can, and I mean, we still have a lot of that we can add to it if need be. But at this time, I think we do have enough to move forward.
Thank you. Director?
Sorry about that. I had turned my mic off. I do believe I have enough direction to proceed with providing some amendments back to the board based on today's conversation, and I believe I'd be providing them to Mr. Knowles. Directly.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Supervisor Jurdy, did you have anything additional that you wanted to add on this item? Okay, great. We're going to move on to item 2B. Discussion and possible action, including providing recommendations to staff and a referral to the Board of Supervisors regarding the County of Mendocino Cannabis Department monthly update. And I did want to, Director Nevedal, would you like to take this in two parts? Would you like to talk about the timeline and then the actual update that's come forward?
Sure, that would work just fine for me if that is what the committee would like to do. So would you like to start with the timeline first? Is that?
Yeah, I think that would probably be one way to just finish that item off and then move on to the actual update.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So currently, the department has been directed by the Board of Supervisors to bring an update monthly to the Board of Supervisors, and that update, based on directives, should come forward during the second board meeting of each month. Sometime after that directive was provided to the department, we were then directed to bring cannabis items to the standing committee. So here we are today. If we combine those two directives, the scheduling gets a little tricky because the General Government Committee meets the Monday before the second meeting of the full board each month. So what we have in front of us today is the December report. And we have been advised that it's not best practice, so to speak, to bring an item to the General Government Committee on Monday and then post that same item to the full Board of Supervisors the next day at the second meeting. So if we were going to follow best practice and the directives put before us currently, this December report would not go to the full Board of Supervisors until the second meeting in January, and the day before, the department would be presenting at the General Government Committee meeting the January report, which would then go to the full Board of Supervisors in February, the day after we present to the General Government Committee, the February report. So it essentially, the current directive and the timelines would put the board a month behind on receiving the reports. So this is, we can proceed in that manner, but I just wanted to be clear that that is how the directives as they currently stand how the timeline would work based on those directives and the scheduling.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to hear from Supervisor Jurdy and then add my own comments.
So I'm curious, have you looked at the possibility of the General Government Committee meeting on a different day? Would that help with the timeline?
I think that that's a very broad question because it would create a need for rescheduling with the executive office, clerk of the board, and maybe a little more challenging perhaps on staff than just maybe changing how the reports come forward to the board. So I think there's a couple different options about how reports could come forward to the board. We could continue with the timeline would be one option. We could also consider providing monthly reports to the General Government Committee and then having the General Government Committee report out to the board during report outs, right, about the context or provide an overview of the report or reports depending on how frequent that report out is. And I'm sure there's other options. Those are the two that had been on my mind the most.
Yeah, I think we should just proceed with the timeline. The supervisor's reports are on the same schedule. So my report for November is on the agenda for tomorrow, which is the second supervisor's meeting. They're essentially a month behind at all times. And because this meeting is public and is televised on YouTube, all of the documents are public. If there's somebody, a member of the public, or even a supervisor, for instance, that wanted to review that item and then ask a question during supervisors' reports, that is the opportunity for other supervisors to engage with members that are on ad hocs during a public meeting. So I think that we should just continue with essentially a timeline that would put the reporting, I suppose, a month behind, but because other committees also report in that same way and the supervisors report in that same way, I don't find that to be an issue.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, those reports, when they do come to the full board, would remain on the consent calendar, correct?
Yeah, that would be, I think, fine with me. And then if a supervisor had questions, they could obviously pull that, or same with a member of the public. Is that agreeable with you, Supervisor Jurdy? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so then if we could, did you want to summarize the department update and then we'll go to public comment?
Sure. I will do my best to summarize it. I apologize, it's lengthy this month. So just a reminder that we have moved to Willits. We are settled into our new location at 125 East Commercial Street. It's the second floor of the Willits Justice Center. We have the same email addresses, the same phone number, but we do have new counter hours. So Monday and Friday, the counter will only be available by appointment. You would need to make those appointments ahead of time to ensure that we have staff available to receive the appointment. And then we've expanded our hours Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So counter hours are now from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of each week. And we close from noon to 1 so staff can take a lunch break. We will be closed on December 23rd and not reopening our counter until January 9th. This gives us ample time to provide staff an opportunity to observe the Christmas and New Year holiday, but also we'll be utilizing that first week in January when we come back after the holiday for staff training. A quick update on staffing. This table largely shows that we significantly had to slow and stop staffing in September. We had outgrown our space at on the campus here, so we're excited to be in a new space. It does provide us plenty of room and opportunity to staff up, and so we are actively recruiting for a number of staff positions, which you'll find at the bottom of the table provided on page 3. We are moving forward with requests for qualifications for cannabis planning services. We are still currently engaged in contract negotiations. So we will continue to work closely with County Council to move forward with those negotiations and wrap those up. But we are making progress, so that's quite exciting. And we hope to be able to bring some contracts forward to the board in the early part of 2023 so we can solidify onboarding some contract planning services. Acela, we are thrilled and very appreciative of the board's passage of the Acela agreement on December 6th. We are moving forward with implementation already. So we're working with the program management team to get implementation smoothed out. And I think January and February are going to be quite busy as we transition out of Trackit and into Acela for all of our application management kind of platform systems. But we'll also, through Acela, be able to provide a more robust public-facing application portal where folks can not only apply, but they'll be able to make amendments and then upload additional documents as we conduct reviews. So really looking forward to that in the new year. That will keep us quite busy, but we're all excited to move it forward. The next section is a little more minutia rich, so I'm going to take a little more time going through the application review update. I do know that you had a number of questions that also came in from constituents on this section, so hopefully walking through it will help to clarify some of the questions that had come up. We are currently receiving applications through the MC portal, and those applications that we're receiving are for folks who had previously engaged in the correction letter program that was run by county leadership in 2020. So in order to ensure that we have complete applications, this is kind of the last segment of our applicant pool to submit complete application materials to us. The application portal will be open through 11:59 p.m. on January 31st, and to date, we initially received 6 applications in the first transition, or transmission, I should say, of applications from informational services to the cannabis department. We reviewed those applications and responded to the applicants. None of those applications were complete at that time, but folks have an opportunity to submit corrections, so we look forward to that. On December 5th, we received a second round of applications from informational services to the tune of 16 applications. We're currently reviewing 15 of the applications we received on December 5th. One of those applications was for an individual who's deprioritized for taxes, and those taxes have not been cleared up at this point, so we cannot review that application. However, as soon as the applicant does manage their tax delinquencies, we would schedule that application that we set aside for review. Deprioritization program. As you notice from this table in the in good standing, there are a number of folks who were deprioritized that are in the in good standing category. So we had 122 applicants assigned to the in good standing portal. However, 55 of them are deprioritized for issues related to delinquent taxes and or lack of a DCC license. This is all in relationship to the deprioritization program, which the department brought forward based on the May 17th Board of Supervisors directive that we should prioritize the processing of applications that have active Department of Cannabis Control or DCC licenses and have paid any associated local business taxes. That was a pretty significant number of applicants and permit holders that had one or both of those issues occurring for them, right? They either had delinquent taxes or they had deficient licenses, meaning no license on file, and or they had a combination of both. So when we started the program or provided notices to all active AGs that were subject to deprioritization in October, we had 863 active permit numbers. Those were a combination of applications and issued permits. And out of that 863, 590 of them were deprioritized based on the notices we sent on October 28th. We have seen some reprioritization. So the table at the top of page 5 just kind of walks the reader through the number of active AGs, which is in the subtotal column, and then the number of AGs deprioritized. So what we notice in the subtotal column is that between November 7th and November 17th, we saw a reduction in active AG numbers. This largely is due to increased withdrawals, right? So we have a number of applicants and permit holders who have been withdrawing their application or their permit with the department. So this decline in active AGs is largely related to voluntary withdrawal of the application or permit. We again see a reduction in our fully active AGs in that subtotal column if we look between November 17 and December 6th. So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear why these numbers are going down as far as our active subtotals. And at the same time, we are seeing folks reprioritize, but we are still hovering, I would say, around a 50% deprioritization rate. And where we've seen the most kind of rapid reprioritization has been amongst our issued permit holders. But these numbers really are an attempt to kind of just show a timeline and progress that has been occurring in the reprioritization of applications. These numbers are relevant when we look at the kind of the strategy further down in this report on how we will review in a specified timeline applications and applications only. So the next topic is that annual permit and application review. We are continuing to process renewal applications, modification applications, and transfer applications. The renewal applications are taking some time to process. I want to acknowledge that there was a comment made at the board meeting last week from one of the callers stating that the department was not engaged in environmental review currently. I want to clarify that comment because the reason why these renewals, for example, are taking the length of time that they're taking is because we are engaging in environmental review. Environmental review for these applications occurs during the application review process in the form of anything such as sensitive species habitat review, air quality management referrals, but also as we review lake and stream bed alteration agreement compliance, water board compliance, and compliance with the performance standards implemented in the ordinance or put forward in the ordinance. So what we are not currently doing is reviewing Appendix G checklists, which are basically an affirmation that the county has conducted the environmental review, which again should occur during the application review. And since a number, I would say the majority of the currently issued permits that are subject to renewal did not undergo environmental review, we are directly engaged in that review currently. And I believe Council Curtis, did you want to chime in on this item?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, because I think this is an area that causes some confusion, I believe Director Nevedal is not talking about site-specific environmental review within the CEQA statutes. What she's referring to is the environmental mitigation measures that are baked into the ordinance and the review that needs to happen as part of that to make the determination there. These are both sort of factual determinations that need to be made for certain environmental protection reasons. But I also think that there have been moments where, in referring to this broadly under the umbrella of environmental review, the public or applicants have sometimes gotten confused. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then if we go forward and we have asked, going back to Appendix G checklists and when we plan to review those, I do want to say that there are a couple, probably less than a handful of Appendix G checklists that were under review prior to the 2021 portal. So as we headed into the 2021 portal to complete applications, excuse me, with our applicant list, we had 3 planners. So with 3 planners, the department prioritized the review of applications coming through that portal, and then were subsequently directed by the board to offer a corrections portal in 2022. We hired our 4th planner in December of 2021, and then additional planners early on in 2022. The lean number of planners have really forced the department to prioritize. So we did put a number of reviews on hold as we were dealing with the 2021 portal and the 2022 portal, including renewals, transfers, and Appendix G checklists. So we have reassigned to the planners the checklist that they were working on this time last year or before the 2021 portal. So there's a handful of Appendix Gs that are under review because they were previously under review and that review was paused, but we are not currently assigning new Appendix Gs for review. And we're waiting until such time as we have brought on contract planning staff to consider assigning those Appendix Gs at the same time as we move forward with reviewing a renewal for said applicant. So if we look at some quick data starting on page 6 of the report, there are 242 issued permits in the county and only 23 of them are currently valid. Now, going back in time, last year in June, we conducted an audit of the annual permits issued, and we found out that a number of them, upwards of 60% or more, were expired at that time. So we ran a renewal update program, and we renewed a heck of a lot of people in July, right? So July of 2021. So we're working through not only that high number of renewals that expired in July of 2022, but also December and January is a really kind of peak time for issuance of previous issuance. So we have a lot of renewals that come up right now too. So while we have 219 folks that are expired, 83 of those folks that are expired have annual permits who are expired are deprioritized and not eligible currently to have a renewal application reviewed. And we have received 153 applications for renewal, and we have 104 currently under review. So while these numbers look alarming with the number that are currently expired, we do have quite a few of them in-house undergoing review as we speak. We have 29 modification applications in our system, and 14 of them are under review. I would say pretty much it's likely that all 14 of those are part of a renewal that's currently being reviewed. And we have received to date 34 checklists, Appendix G checklists, and other than the ones that were put back into review, that less than a handful, again, we are not assigning these currently for review as we are working through the backlog of renewals. Timeline for DCC provisional license renewal. So this last chart on this section before we move into some conversation about vegetation modification, this last table really only talks about applications that have not been issued, and it is only counting the applications that are still prioritized, meaning that they have paid all of their taxes and we have a valid license on file for them. It is incredibly hard to crunch this data and make 100% of the numbers line up, right? So the subtotal here of estimated applications is in reference to those applications that are still prioritized, right? It doesn't include issued annual permits. It's only the applications that have not been made it through the review process to be issued or denied. So we anticipate working through those applications, those 256 applications that are prioritized in 59 weeks, and this would get folks their permit, which makes them eligible to submit their Appendix G paperwork in ample time for them to renew their license at the state on or after July 1st of 2023, when we see environmental compliance requirements associated with the renewal of a provisional license elevated. So I know there's some questions about these numbers, and sorting and counting in spreadsheets is not perfect, so I may be off by some counts here and there, but I would say that it's likely not a substantial number that I'm off. I would say plus or minus 5 is where I'm usually kind of stuck. So moving on briefly, the next section here really just helps us understand that out of the applications we have reviewed through the various portals to date, there are 26 applications that we identified as having some form of vegetation modification that is still under review. 13 of the 26 applicants with vegetation modification are deprioritized. So the conversation around vegetation modification and how the review proceeds going forward and any new policies currently would only affect 13 applicants unless the other 13 manage to reprioritize themselves. Local Equity Entrepreneur Program update. Currently, there are 214 individuals who have been certified eligible for the LEAP program, the Local Equity Entrepreneur Program. Not all 214 of those individuals are businesses. There are a number of folks who are eligible for the equity program that do not have businesses formed yet. When you become eligible for the equity program and you do not have a business formed yet, you are not eligible for direct grant funding or fee waivers. You are only eligible for technical assistance, which unfortunately we have not gotten off the ground to date, and I'll talk a little more about that in just a moment here. We have a number of applications for eligibility that are still under review. So 308 completed applications has resulted in 214 certified equity eligible participants. Grant funding to date. The grant funding and the waiver program funding is essentially one funding pool in the state's eyes. I break it out to the best I can to try to provide some tracking of progress, right? But essentially it is all part of the direct grant funding that comes to the county from the state. And so it does make it a little confusing for report out. The first section of this table that talks about direct grants and workforce development is essentially that. It is just direct grants, and it doesn't include funding related to the waiver program. And so the 3 rounds of funding we've received to date gave us a pool of $3,563,186 to utilize for the purposes of awarding direct grants to eligible applicants. The waiver program and the state licensing permit fees, state licensing and state permit fees, you have to apply for through your direct grant, but it's the same budget category, so to speak, in the state's reporting and in our reporting as it is for the local waiver program, whether that's a tax waiver or a fee waiver locally. So these do get lumped together in how they're funded based on how the budget codes work between the state and the county here. So for waiver program and licensing, state licensing and state permit fees, there was a budget allocation between the 3 rounds of $1,433,606. And then technical assistance between the 3 rounds came to $602,097. It is important to note that round 1 and round 2's technical assistance funding, as approved by the state, was moved into the funding pool, as in it's not reflected here except for in asterisks. It was moved into the funding pool for direct grants. We were required to spend down all of round 1 and I think 60 to 80% of round 2 to be eligible to apply for a 4th round of grant monies. And so we knew we would not get technical assistance off the ground to spend these monies on technical assistance and meet those deadlines. So the state allowed us to move those funds into the direct grant budget, which still made its way to our LEAP eligible applicants and served their direct grant needs. A quick report back on what was provided to us for funding county staff and our contract administrators so that we can efficiently run this program. Between the 3 rounds, there was $423,108 made available for staffing the LEAP program. So when we look at spend down progress, I want to point out that out of direct grants, we have awarded, when I wrote this, we had awarded 44 direct grant checks. To the tune of almost $2.2 million, just shy of $2.2 million. And at the time of writing this report, there were 18 additional grant agreements that had been approved by the department that were working through the county's internal review process to the tune of an additional $892,000 and change. So currently, out of the three rounds of funding we received, we have just shy $800,000 to put into that direct grant program. But again, I want to make note that there's some of that funding is not reflected in the top part of this table because it's lumped in with the state licensing and permit fees funding that supports both direct grants and the waiver program, right? So it is confusing and would be really challenging for us to break it apart for a better or clearer reporting option. The waiver program, I believe, has been hugely successful. We have paid 433 different fees in the county for applicants. So 433 waivers, and I think this number has gone up between the time that I've written this report and we've come to this meeting. But at 433 waivers, we have provided $554,965.11 to eligible applicants to help them with building permits. Their scale certifications at Department of Ag, their taxes with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and some MCD fees, largely for renewal and modification applications. So there's a further breakdown of the number of waivers that we have issued for these various categories I just went over, and the dollar amounts associated with those waivers on page 8. We will be bringing local jurisdiction assistance grant program application and guidance document to our next public meeting, which was originally slated for the 9th. However, we were not prepared to provide the guidance document last week, so we have we canceled last week's public meeting on the 9th, and we'll be rescheduling it with some advance notice for when we have all of the materials together to bring to a public meeting. So that will be coming up, and we'll provide, like I mentioned, some advance notice to stakeholders via Cannabis about the meeting when we do get closer and feel that we're prepared to present said materials publicly. The next section is really just a public outreach update. We did subtract the December meeting that we canceled last Friday from the count here. We've had 37 public meetings. All of the information in this section is available on the website, but I wanted to include it just so the board and the public had a little simpler opportunity, so to speak, to see the various items and topics we've discussed with the public in those 37 meetings. And I think it's worth mentioning that as we've conducted these meetings, we also provide time for Q&A. And after the first month or two of meetings, we had so much request for discussion that we also often answer questions and engage in dialogue at these meetings. In addition to the public meetings that we've posted on the website, the 37 public meetings, we held technical assistance meetings that were scheduled for 55 minutes with an applicant and or their agent to discuss their application materials with not only county staff, but also Department of Cannabis Control staff, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Water Board staff, including Water Rights Division and Water Quality Division, and DFW grant specialist. So those 55-minute meetings were hugely popular. We started our first meeting at 8 a.m. on these meeting days and scheduled our last meeting for 4 p.m. And if we needed to work through lunch, we worked through lunch by rotating our staff out during those meetings that were in person. And those meetings were offered in Ukiah, Willits, Covelo, Fort Bragg, and Laytonville. And then just to wrap this report up, just a repeat of the state licensing timelines. I don't know that I need to walk us through those. I'm happy to, but this section of the report has not been amended. It's simply copy and paste from previous notices regarding what the state licensing timelines are based on statute from the 2021 trailer bill.
Thank you for the update. Supervisor Jurdy, did you have questions on the department's update?
No, thank you.
Okay, I am going to open this up for public comment. I did want to say that I do watch the meetings that the Cannabis Department presents. I think they've done an incredible job of trying to get the information out to the public. I have been, I do read every email that we get, and so I have read some emails that said they got too much information, and I'm hearing they don't have enough information. And I just would like to remind everybody that our team members are trying to balance an incredibly heavy workload with a lot of community concerns, and I understand that that can be very challenging. There are many reasons why people may choose to not be in the cannabis program. And I just want to frankly say that not all of that has to do with the Cannabis Department. And I think that we should be realistic about what our expectations are, and also understand that I really just would like to lend support to our department. I know that they have an incredibly heavy workload, and they are trying to again, balance that with also receiving a lot of information or requests from the public. I don't want to get into each individual item that was included in the MCA memo. I will open it up for public comment first in the room and then online. And if there are any additional questions that myself or Supervisor Jurdy would like staff to directly answer, then we can get to those after we've heard the public comment. So I'll go first to comments in the room.
Hi, Hannah Nilsson. And again, I'm not speaking on behalf of MCA. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. First off, I think that it's excellent to acknowledge hard work and effort, and particularly communication and information sharing. And I think that it also is important to look at overall how much funding and support is given to a department over the course of quite a long period of time to accomplish the tasks, and that for some people who have been hanging in there for 5.5 years, the experience at this point is built upon all of those years. And while it's not the responsibility of, or it's not possible necessarily for the current administration to address all of the prior impacts, I think that it's important that as we look at the $18 million that have come in from the state to support the department and the efforts of the county, and the efforts of the applicants throughout these years who have had to repeatedly resubmit and whatnot, I'm not into blame. I'm into being productive and figuring out what works and what doesn't. So any of my comments really should be taken in that light in terms of how can we make this better for everyone. One suggestion right off the bat that I think might help, and I'd really be interested in Director Nevedal's feedback on this, is the direction in May from the board to really prioritize people who have current state licenses and are current with their minimum cultivation taxes makes sense in the abstract. But when we apply it to the current conditions and the current situation, I think maybe there's room to tweak it a little bit and suggest revisiting the way in which it's implemented. So, for example, people who have been waiting a year for their equity grant, who then became delinquent, or even currently don't have equity fee waiver eligibility, but that can't cover penalties and interest, and they're waiting for income to be able to catch up. If they have been participating the whole way along and providing everything that needed to be provided, then perhaps there needs to be an accommodation for moving their application review along, but not issuing it until they get current. And that might be some kind of a compromise to make sure that they don't drop out of the whole review process and therefore state licensing after July. I don't know. I just think that something needs to be looked at a little bit more carefully about how we manage that, particularly with respect to the extra work, with respect to the deprioritizations that there is on the department, and a simple letter requesting that everybody submit their current license as it expires would go a long way. But with respect to the taxes, I think it's a trickier issue. I know that we've, in the past, requested that a payment plan be initiated, or that the ordinance or specific language be redrafted, as county council has indicated that they believe that tax collector does not have the authority to waive penalties and interest as property taxes can be, or other kinds of taxes can be. And so kind of maybe looking to step up those efforts and figure out whether or not there are ways to balance the priority of not rewarding people who are being delinquent, but at the same time recognizing the unique status and situation, both in terms of grant funding that people have been waiting for, the market conditions, and that they have repeatedly had to resubmit things. So it's not as if this is like they've been, lost. I mean, some people may have just been never responsive, whatever. But anyway, I'm asking for a reevaluation of how that mechanically could potentially work. I do wonder what, some of the numbers that are reported, it says under review, both in terms of the LEAP context and in terms of the application context. And it's difficult to understand what that means and how long it takes. And I fully recognize that different parts of the work take different amounts of time and different applications take different amount of time. But if there's any way to give some kind of a projection or what it means to have, let's say, 153 applications received and 104 under review, what does that mean for those 104? What's the projected timeline? And that kind of gets to an overall request that I've requested on numerous occasions, which is an overall chart of all of the work plans. As Supervisor Mulholland, you've stated, this department has a lot of tasks and a lot that it has to accomplish. And that it really is under, whether it's LEAP, LJAJP, traditional applications, renewal applications, CEQA review. I mean, there's all these different components. And it's really important that we understand how the work plan is set forth, particularly in light of the rolling deadline. And I just like to call it a rolling deadline because I think that some people misunderstand that there's a fall off the cliff on July 1st. It's not. It's for those who have renewals. So I just want to reinforce, I know that Director Nevedal has tried to get that point across, and I fully support her attempt in trying to clarify that. But anyway, I just feel like it's incredibly important, especially if she's still having challenges staffing up because they had to engage in a move. If contracts still are not fully negotiated and then there will be some period of time of acclimating for the people who are answering an RFP or an RFQ. If all of this stuff takes time. The SSHR contract with CDFW is still needing to be re-upped, and I understand that they have agreed to keep working, which is great. But all of this needs to fit together, and so far, the public has not seen how the work plan rolls out over time. And this gets to, as Supervisor Mulholland, you indicated, there's many reasons why people withdraw. I'm in the situation where I actually am an agent for, quite a few people in the permitting program over the years. And I can tell you the reasons that my people have withdrawn. And it has to do with not having a date certain, not being guaranteed, not being able to plan their business, being treated as if they've done something wrong when they've repeatedly just submitted and submitted and submitted, and really not being given any kind of a guarantee that they'll make it through. And while there's no guarantees, and I don't mean a guarantee that they will be approved, just that their stuff will be dealt with in the sufficient time frame. So I think that that's something to bear in mind, that there's no, also, this gets back to the deprioritization. If you don't review their application, there's kind of no incentive for those people to reprioritize in terms of their taxes and whatnot. So for example, I can tell you for sure, the veg mod people who are in this limbo, I absolutely know some of the people who have veg mod letters and are waiting for this to be resolved, who absolutely are not interested in reprioritizing until that issue is dealt with, because they have to go out and borrow the money for the late penalties and interest, and particularly because their LEAP funding has been held up. And this is a sticky issue, is do you process LEAP applications for direct grants if somebody has a pending veg mod that hasn't been resolved, or maybe some other issue? And on the one hand, you're going to get them further and further behind with no way to catch up with accumulated penalties and interest if you don't fund their direct grants. On the other hand, to a certain extent, it makes sense to go, okay, wait, how are we dealing with this? If somebody's clearly going to be denied, then we don't want to necessarily cut them a check. But my goodness, they're just in this limbo and they're getting further and further behind. So again, I think this is an area that probably needs tweaking. I completely can appreciate that the reports are difficult and cumbersome to get the right numbers, but I think that it's important, given the volume of funding and the number of years that all of this has happened, that effort is put in to try and come up with systems maybe of reporting that make more sense to the director to report out on, so that the numbers do add up or the categories do make sense to whatever workflow or whatever tasks are under the department. I think with respect to meetings, I very, very, very much appreciate, first off, I really loved the technical assistance meetings, and I thought that was really well done and excellently handled. I know I spent an entire big chunk of a day with Kristen and other staff, and that was really appreciated. With respect to the video meetings, I think that it is very much appreciated to get information. I think that it would be very helpful to post the question and answers that are done in the chat, and that doesn't have to be some fancy effort by administrative staff. It could literally be somebody assigned to take screenshots and then post them. Because I think that going back and watching the whole video and trying to find the information is pretty tricky. And if our goal is to have people listen to the expert information that's being released, then we should make it easy to find. Likewise, and then I will wrap up.
Thank you.
I'm
If
sorry.
you could please
One
wrap
last
up, because
thing. I will.
Thank you.
One last thing is, if there can be somebody assigned to really making sure that the website information is updated, and particularly with respect to the LEAP grant, I have had people call me and just say, I can't find this information at all. So I appreciate the efforts, but I hope that more efforts will be made to really getting the information that is disseminated out to people and posted and through Canna Notes in every way possible. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I do recognize that staff does need a break. So instead of taking additional public comment at this time, I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back to this item. Thank you very much. And we are on item 2B. I did have a couple of questions for Director Nevedal before we go back to public comment. And first I have Paul Hansberry and then Michael Katz on public comment online. Director Nevedal, can you briefly update, I suppose, the public as to what their timeline is? Because it's my understanding that, as described in the report, your renewal, your timeline matches your state renewal. So you should expect to hear from the department within that projected timeline that's on page 6 of the report.
Yes, so we will be prioritizing, and we have a master spreadsheet that has all of the applicant information and issued permit information, including state licenses, what type of state license, and when that license expires, right? So in January, we will start reviewing applications subject to license renewal in July of 2023, right? And as soon as we move through those, we'll move into prioritizing the review of applications that are subject to state license renewal in August of 2023. So as these application reviews move forward, the planner will, I can't imagine, I would say in all instances, right, reach out to the applicant whose application is under review to answer or ask any questions that reviewer may have and or request additional information. So what we're not planning on doing, right, is say issuing a notice saying, hey, your application has been assigned to planner 1 and is currently under review. We'll pick the application up, we'll assign it, we'll start the review, and then reach out when we have questions regarding what we're seeing in that application.
So if I'm an applicant that the cannabis department has my information, but within the time that I submitted my information to the department, whether that was through the portal or through original application or whatever that looks like, and then my application is handed off to a planner and they notice that I have an expired driver's license and an expired state license, will that planner then reach out to me so that I can submit updated documents?
Yes, absolutely, because we know some materials, such as driver's license, a good example there, have expired for some folks. Additionally, the reviews that were conducted in the 2021 and 2022 portal were for completeness of application materials. So there has been no deep dive into, for example, reviewing the project scope in a Lake or Streambed Alteration Agreement, noting that 3 culverts are referenced in that Lake or Streambed Alteration Agreement, and then identifying the location of those 3 culverts, say, on a site plan, right? So this is the next phase of review, is going to be taking those complete application materials and making sure that what's in, say, the Lake or Streambed Alteration Agreement is shown on the site plan and that it truly reflects the activities occurring to date. So we will be conducting that very deep review in the next phase of reviews so that we can move forward with understanding if that application is eligible for permit issuance or should be denied.
Thank you for answering those questions. Supervisor Jurdy, before I go back to the online public comment, I just wondered if you had any questions at this point or if we can go ahead and continue with the public comment.
Oh, let's go ahead with the public comment.
Okay. Paul Hansberry and then Michael Katz, please.
Hi there, Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. I wanted to talk a little bit about the timeline. I do appreciate that there's a bureaucratic process and the process that needs the things need to follow. And I certainly do appreciate that there's a number of different issues that need to be community issues and not just cannabis. And I even more appreciate that you're going to be having these meetings every single month. And that's great because of the urgency that surrounds the cannabis, and these issues are numerous and varied. And there are different timeline issues that are important and create a sense of urgency, especially to the constituents, but also to the different programs. whether it's the spending down for a grant program, or whether it's the seasons that are upon us for the next planting for the cultivators. So I'm just wondering if we could perhaps revisit Supervisor Jurdy's suggestion that we, make the general government committee meeting on a different day, so that we didn't have to extend the timeline an additional month. So it takes time for us to put things on the agenda for the government committee. Would then the next day for noticing things, it would take another month to put it onto the agenda for the board, and then perhaps another month. And lots of times these issues are time sensitive, and there's precious little time to be putting things off for another 30 days. So I wonder if there would be a possibility, though it may be a little bit inconvenient, at least looking at seeing if they could change the day, so that if something were to come up and there was a sense of urgency, that it could be put before the board in a more timely manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I think there may be a misunderstanding. Item 2B is the report from the Cannabis Department, and when that will be reported out, and having it be reported first to GGC and then to the full Board of Supervisors the following month. The GGC committee members can add additional items to this meeting's agenda, and each supervisor can work through the clerk of the board to add items to an agenda for the Board of Supervisors. So the timeline for reporting what the Cannabis Department is doing shouldn't be affecting adding agenda items. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate that there's no desire to go through every point in the MCA memo, so I'm not interested in doing that either, but I would like to speak a little bit globally and then go into a couple of points. And globally, I just want to say that big picture, these documents presented here today and some of the documents presented for the Board of Supervisors tomorrow paint the clearest picture of the decimation of our locally licensed cannabis community than any other documents that have been presented thus far. We have seen that from 2020, where we had 1,300 active AG numbers, to October of this year, we have then 859 active AG numbers. And then just a little bit over a month later, we have 811. The speed at which this program is losing operators is terribly troubling to many, many people in this community. And I would hope that it is also very troubling to the board and to this committee. Indicated in documents for tomorrow is the line that the Cannabis Department estimates that there will be approximately 200 to 300 farms that make it to annual licensing at the state level. However, we have no way to identify which farms this will be, nor can we identify the size of these farms, making it impossible to determine a projected tax revenue amount. So this incredibly important piece of information is buried in a document talking about a directive from the board about taxes, but it should be illustrating the challenges that are being felt by this community, and the board should be acting urgently to address this and to stop that from happening. We have right now 800 active AG numbers. Does this board, does this committee actively want to see more than half of those people lose their livelihoods, potentially lose their lands, bring more economic blight to Mendocino County? Is that what this board wants? I would really appreciate a yes or no response to that question, because as we have been pointing out for multiple months, if not years now, the trajectory that we are on has been leading in this direction. And so where is the will to stop it? I legitimately must ask that, because we are seeing this bureaucratic performance play out, but no real active effort to reduce the barriers and make it easier for people to stay in the program. This deprioritization program is a death sentence. Bottom line, there are hundreds of people, many of whom who have the documentation that they're being told that they have to be deprioritized because of, that the county cannabis department has refused to get from the state, even though they know exactly how to do it in 3 hours or less. Why is the cannabis department continuing to implement policies that are making it harder and harder to follow the board directive of keeping as many operators in the program as possible? And why does the board continue to allow that to happen? It is genuinely concerning. And so I hope that the board can really, and that you supervisors can individually answer that question. Do you want to see this happen? Because if this continues in the way that it has been continuing, that's just what's going to be. Like saying that people are voluntarily withdrawing from the program, that may be true in a lot of cases, but why? Because the county makes it difficult, not in ways that the state does. Those are different difficulties, but we have repeatedly said there are ways that we can address these problems, and those ways are not being followed. And so we are where we are today, and it's very concerning. And so we have listed here specific items that we raised questions with, and we are really hoping that we will be heard. And Supervisor Mulhern said at the last board meeting that this, we hear you, but sometimes your recommendations, they don't work for different reasons. And, we have to kind of get better at saying what those things are. And I've heard Supervisor Williams say that for 2 years, but I never hear the part where we get brought into a conversation to try to develop these things together. And even something as simple as Excella, which we recommended in February of 2021, now finally being hailed as the save-all solution for dealing with these applications. These types of recommendations MCA is making every single meeting, and regularly they are not implemented. So specifically, even when we talk about the public outreach, appreciate the Canna notes. There has been one Canna note that has been sent out no less than 9 times to all the people who get those Canna notes, but not one Canna note and that note applies to a very small number of people, but not one Canna note has gone out to say that the following program is open just for this month. And no Canna note has gone out to say that the website's updated now, and if you go to the different pages that you used to have, they are gone, and you now have to find a different way there. Because that just happened overnight in the last few days, but there was no announcement. And so I think it's important to identify what is the useful information that people need to be able to answer those questions and to identify solutions. The LJAGP process identified now is not being able to roll out until there's this document. The cannabis department is going to be closed until January 9th. So the odds are the document is not going to be presented necessarily before that happens. So why can't we, as an example, go back to the table as was discussed with the application, see how we can improve it, get it revised by the state, and then come back and let people apply for it. So that's another solution that we're trying to present. And so I would appreciate the consideration of these recommendations and implementing them and making recommendations to the board where necessary. We can work together on exactly what those things are. But I also request globally that we urge you to act now before it is too late, before we see more and more of these folks continuing to lose their opportunities, and ultimately, which will harm this county irreparably. And so I really hope to hear from each of you if you want to see this number of operators have to be removed from our license program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any additional comments in the room, and I don't see any additional online comments. I did want to address your accusation that the board doesn't want people to proceed through their licensing, and I'm only one board member, but I've been an advocate for the cannabis industry for many years, and I continue to advocate for the cannabis industry. I don't have any more to say on that, and it's up to each individual board member how they want to relay that information to the public. I do want to see our cannabis cultivators get through the licensing program, and I do want to see that happen as efficiently as possible, which means that some, I believe, as you called it, bureaucratic things do need to take place, and that does happen when dealing with government. So I would like to address this question or concern about whether or not the cannabis department should ask the state who has licenses and who does not. And before my life as a county supervisor, I was an insurance agent. And in my mind, it's very parallel to what I would do as a state licensed insurance agent. My license renews every 2 years. If I brokered with 43 different companies, I would have to respond to each one of those companies on their timeline as to when they wanted me to update that license, whether or not that was when I applied with them, whether or not that was when my license renewed, whether or not they wanted me to fax it or email it or send a hard copy in the mail. Not a single one of those 43 companies would go to the state website and ask them if I had updated my license. And I understand that paperwork is, it's not the love of the plant. It's not getting your hands dirty. It's not creating medicine. I understand that that's challenging, but I also, again, want to support the department in trying to do things as streamlined and as efficiently as possible. So regarding, again, the deprioritization, Director Nevedal, I believe, and perhaps I got this wrong, but I think the reason that there were so many emails sent out about people not submitting their information to the portal was because that not a lot of people were submitting their information to the portal, and it was an attempt to raise awareness that this was the time to submit those documents. And I think it's unfortunate, again, that people wanted more information, so Canna Notes was created, and Canna Notes is sending out this information, but then it's really put on blast through emails, through public forums, when the department was trying to, I think raise a yellow or maybe red flag that, hey, we're not getting these portal submissions with this documentation that we need. So at this point, can people still submit their license information through the portal? Is there anything that this committee or the board can do to help engage and encourage more people to update their documents?
Thank you for that. So folks absolutely can still submit their licenses if they were deprioritized because of a licensing lapse and or failure to obtain a license. Those can be emailed to mcdpod, so mcdpod at mendocinocounty.org. So we're currently working with folks as they respond on a case-by-case basis to get them reprioritized. Now, I know there's a lot of conversation that we unnecessarily deprioritized a number of folks for not having state licenses, and if we had just had a list from the state, hundreds of people would not be deprioritized. I don't think that that's the case. I mean, we have, and I can crunch some numbers here in just a moment, but we have the vast majority of the folks who are deprioritized have tax delinquency. And the vast majority of folks who have no DCC license on record with us also have tax delinquencies. There's not a heck of a lot of folks who are just DCC licensed delinquent. And if they are licensed, all they need to do is email that license to the department. Again, they can email it to mcdpod at mendocinocounty.org. They can also email it to cannabisprogram at mendocinocounty.org. We have 2 staff persons assigned who manage the reprioritization of these applications as materials come in, and a protocol and a system in place to ensure that the application materials, such as a license and or tax receipts, right, that might reprioritize someone, gets to that staff ASAP so that they can conduct the review, upload the documentation, and reprioritize those applicants as quickly as possible. And even if we had a master list from the state showing every single person who's active, we still need a copy of that license for our records. There's no way around that. So if you're licensed and you've been deprioritized, please do email us a copy of that license so that we can note it in our records.
Thank you. And I do know that we have begun conversations with the Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office and staff about when we can begin having conversations about a payment option for taxes. But that has not happened yet. It is not expected to happen. Those conversations aren't expected to continue, obviously, until 2023. And at this point, if people have delinquent taxes, they do have to be caught up. Supervisor Jurdy, did you have any questions or comments on this particular item 2B?
No, thank you.
And does staff have adequate direction for the reporting?
We do, thank you.
Okay. We will move on to item 2C, discussion and possible action, including providing a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to approve a resolution authorizing the County of Mendocino Cannabis Department Director to submit a grant application and agreement to the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development for the Cannabis Equity Grants Program for local jurisdictions fiscal year 22-23 for an amount of up to $5 million for purposes of funding the Mendocino County Local Equity Program for an additional year. Director Nevedal?
Thank you. I don't know that I have a lot to provide in addition to the agenda summary for today. This is the same grant application, so to speak, that we have seen in previous years. The content that we've provided in the solicitation materials is very similar to the previous 2 years, but with updates, right, showing the work that has been conducted and providing largely a status update of how we've managed equity funds over the last 2 years and the programs that we've put in place. I think the only difference, notable difference in this year's solicitation is that we are not recommending a match from the department, nor are we seeking a match of any form from the Board of Supervisors from the general fund. In order to earn points, so to speak, by matching the grant monies, any match under $250,000 is 1 point. So I don't think the lack of a match puts this application in jeopardy. I think we still are significant contenders, so to speak, in being awarded a fourth round, and largely because we have successfully been able to execute the grant program, get monies into the hands of those who need it and are eligible.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy, did you have questions or comments before I open up the public comment?
Let's hear from the public.
Okay, I'm going to go first online to Michael Katz, and I'm going to go to Michael Katz and Jude Tillman and Paul Hansberry, and then I'm going to come back into the room and see if we have any public comments in the room.
Yes, this is Michael Katz. Thank you, supervisors. We fully support additional grant funding for the equity operators who so severely need it. Thank you.
Jude?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Jude Tillman, president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I rise to speak in strong support of Hannah Nelson's memo cautioning against going forward with an application for additional equity grant funding from the state when the county is, at the same time, tentatively planning to spend limited and valuable resources seeking outside counsel to the potential tune of $25,000 to determine if there's a legal liability risk under federal law. This time it would take the time it would take to secure and realize the results of such an outside consultation, as carefully detailed in Ms. Nelson's memo, that alone would prohibit the county from obtaining or making use of equity funds within the required timeline for use. Under the Obama administration, Congress prohibited the use of Department of Justice funds to prosecute people who complied with California state marijuana laws, any state actually that legalized it. Subsequently, Congress did not change the law per se, but they placed a temporary hold on the expenditure of money for prosecution of those laws. As of February 2021, 15 states have legalized adult use cannabis, while 46 states have passed laws allowing some form of medical cannabis. This momentum is reflected both in nationwide polling on the issue, which consistently finds majority support for federal legalization, and its near unanimous adoption by Democrats who now control the Senate. And this is their policy position they'll be pushing through. As a practical matter, the federal government is more or less entirely dependent on state police forces to enforce federal cannabis laws. And those police forces primarily act under the authority of state attorney generals, who, in states that legalized cannabis, do not share any inclination toward enforcing federal cannabis laws for obvious reasons, the tax revenue. So while the federal government cannot easily force a return to cannabis prohibition across the U.S., the de facto suspension of federal cannabis laws in states that opted to legalize yields the practical result of not enforcing federal prohibition. In my personal opinion, it's an embarrassment that this even came up at the last board meeting. And we urge you to urge the board to drop this particular directive. One other thing I want to note in terms of the last item that we were talking about is that, if most of the people who are being deprioritized are in arrears on their taxes, why on earth would you then not give them a permit so that they could work, establish their businesses, make their licenses, and keep their homes, keep their land? Why can't we develop a payment program or in some way make it easier for them to pay those taxes if they're delinquent, instead of just deprioritizing them and therefore threatening them with losing their permits? That makes no sense. Take the fishing pole away from the fisher person. That's crazy. So anyway, I just wanted to add that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Hansberry?
Hi, yes, this is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally, and I'm a little confused about the process for the submission for the fourth round. I'm wondering, does this include a modification to the manual as to how the funds are going to be dispersed? I'm particularly concerned about the board's direction to the department to allow anything that was allowed by the state, but then as it goes through Cobblestone, especially with county council and their attitude towards federal legalization and their restriction of things that the state would allow, but not allowing the county to do that. And so tying the hands of the department to allow certain things that should be allowed and would be allowed by the state. So I'm wondering if that's been clarified or if that's been updated and or if that's a part of this submission process for the fourth round. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public comment in the room?
Just to be clear, I'm in full support of the county applying for equity funds still. All my memo was suggesting is that either this committee raise to the full board the possibility of re-examining the prior direction to get a legal opinion about whether the federal whether the funding would be illegal under federal law, which I've already given a very expert opinion on. Or, if not reversing, then consider simultaneous action. Just given the glacial nature of how things move in government, it seems like either spending unnecessary money for an outside opinion, $25,000 is I think the quote, and then contracting with them, and then having the opinion drafted, and then presenting it back to the board, or waiting the potentially 8-9 months for the Attorney General's office to review the request for a free opinion, and then whatever time it might take to provide that opinion, could really logistically impact the rollout if we are fortunate enough to continue to receive that level of funding or any level of funding from the state. And so I'm just asking for us to have a little foresight, know that things have come up that have delayed rollout in the past of equity funding, particularly the sudden realization that maybe there's problems with paying rent payments for people who own the property, or the sudden realization that you can't use your business name, and then everything's halted and it takes quite a while. So all I'm asking is for a little pragmatism, either reverse the prior direction or suggest the reversal of the prior direction, to look at that issue, to immediately decide which way is going to happen, the private contracting or the waiting for the AG's memo, if that decision is not reversed, and then an integration of how is this going to, as a pragmatic matter, affect the timing of the rollout or the continued rollout of the equity funds. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. County Council Curtis. I'm not clear on how deeply the board got into the conversation about the outside counsel dollar amount during our budget conversation at our last meeting. I know that it was had. I know that we spoke about the Attorney General's opinion instead of an outside counsel. And do you recall if there was a decision made, or is that something that needs to be discussed at tomorrow's meeting?
I don't know that there was a vote. The item that had been raised was that there was one supervisor who pushed for the Attorney General option in lieu of spending any money on the outside counsel opinion. I believe that was one, the same supervisor may have voted against the initial direction, so I don't know that that would necessarily be eligible for a motion for reconsideration process. My understanding of my direction at this moment is to go ahead and proceed with the Attorney General opinion and not to bring forward a budget adjustment to allot for the additional $25,000. However, if the board decides to make those monies available during the budget process, we will of course proceed.
Thank you. And do you have any concerns about moving forward with this phase 4 of the equity grant at this time?
Only the same concerns that I've raised as to the program generally, but I certainly have direction from the board to proceed with the grant programs unless and until there's a change in direction based on any opinion rendered.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy, did you have any comments or questions on this item?
Not at this time. We've heard from county council in other venues as well, and I think he's raised some legitimate concerns with the board, but I think we could proceed.
Thank you. And do we need to have a motion for the recommended action, or can we just move forward with the recommended action?
I would recommend a motion, Madam Chair, just so that it's clear that the board or the committee has taken action.
Well, I guess I'll make a motion to approve the recommended action.
Okay, I'll second.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we are going to move on to item 2D. And as the community knows, this item has been a long-awaited conversation for I guess now for this venue, for the General Government Committee. I understand that there are some concerns about the way that the agenda process rolls out, and that there may not have been enough time for everyone in the public to fully digest the recommended proposals. So I would just like to say that if we are unable to reach an agreement today, this item can be continued to the next General Government Committee in January. So I just wanted to be clear that if there's still questions or concerns that may not be able to be addressed today, that the item can be continued. If we are able to get through it today, I think that would be great, but I wanted to leave it a little bit more open-ended so that people didn't feel too much pressure to provide all of the information today. Again, specifically because of the request that the public comment for cannabis items be heard mostly at General Government Committee, and understanding that there may be some additional thoughts or comments that come forward after digestion of the whole item. So that being said, I'm going to turn it over to County Council to lead us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I may just ask a logistical question here. I know we're coming up on the noon hour, and I expect this item to be a bit lengthy. Would the committee like to jump right into this one, or would you prefer maybe to take public expression, a lunch break, and then come back?
Supervisor Jurdy, did you have a preference?
No, you could have a better sense of the room. What would be the best approach?
Yeah, I do think that we will be able to probably take lunch near 12:30 if that's necessary, and then to come back after that. And I would like to hear from County Council and the department before I open it up to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair has touched on, this is an item that has been, I think, one of the more challenging aspects of the current ordinance. And this is an area that has needed some clarification and has proved to present certain administrative challenges. And I wanted to start just by sort of explaining a little bit of what the context here is in terms of the prohibition on the tree removal and some of the legal challenges that we're seeing related to that. As the committee is aware, the prohibition on tree removal that's in the current cannabis cultivation ordinance, it was imposed as a mitigation measure as part of the initial study mitigated negative declaration when the ordinance was adopted. And I know that can be that's had a few unusual consequences in this case. I know that can sometimes be a bit confusing to the public. So I think I want to explain and make sure everyone's aware. There's a bit of a difference between the ways in which we often think of CEQA as protecting the environment and some of the practical manners in which that's implemented and that plays out. CEQA doesn't actually contain substantive restrictions or substantive environmental protections. It's really a procedural statute, and the requirement is that before engaging in a project, which may be the issuance of a permit or it may be the adoption of an ordinance, the legislative body is required to undertake certain levels of environmental review and to understand what the consequences would be of certain aspects of the program, and to make those available to the public so that the government is being transparent about the environmental impacts. Now, in a world of infinite funding, what that would mean is that every project gets fully analyzed, fully reviewed, and there's a thorough environmental impact report in front of the legislative body before making its decisions. And then for each potential decision that's in there and each environmental impact, the board could decide whether the policy benefits outweigh the environmental impacts that go along with that program. For smaller government entities like us, it's not uncommon for the cost of the study to essentially weigh in on the decision-making process. And in this particular case, before the ordinance was adopted, the board essentially decided that it didn't want to implement any aspect of a program that could potentially have environmental impacts that would need to be studied more thoroughly. That's not to say that at the end of the day, it may or may not have made a particular decision on some of those impacts, but the mere cost of going ahead and studying it and the time that would go into that and the delay in the implementation of regulations would be quite significant. An additional factor that was considered at that time was to try and take some of the burden off of the applicants, and so to remove any discretion from the permit review process, in essence, to avoid the need for a lengthier review and environmental analysis and the cost that would be associated with that for having to conduct CEQA review on each individual application. The net result, though, is that there are a lot of, so one of the mitigation measures that was imposed was that trees could not be removed, certain tree species could not be removed for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. And the result is that this this limitation and this requirement is different from limitations on tree removal in other contexts, that there may be sorts of tree removal that may be perfectly lawful or authorized or not even require documentation, except that would nevertheless be prohibited for the purposes of developing a cultivation site, and for which we wouldn't be able to issue a permit under this program in the area where those trees had been removed. And I think this causes a fair amount of confusion to some of the applicants, because you essentially have two sets of rules. You have the rules as to when you can remove trees, and then you have the rules as to when you can remove trees and then cultivate cannabis there. And then you've got things that might be good for the environment. So in certain situations, there might actually be a net benefit to removing the tree, because you're otherwise it's facilitating some activity that might convey other environmental benefits. But this flexibility simply isn't built into the ordinance. Essentially, it's a check the box type of permit review, a very complicated set of boxes, but that gives the department a lot of limitation as to where it is, and it is not able to exercise judgment or discretion to be able to modify the terms of a permit in a way that everyone might be able to agree might make sense, but simply isn't authorized under the current ordinance and may not be able to be authorized without going through a further CEQA process. Now, I think when the ordinance was being drafted, when these tree removal considerations were first put forward, it was likely that they were being thought of in terms of being prospective. Essentially, you submit an application, your application shows that you're going to remove trees in certain areas. The trees don't get removed until after the application is approved or denied. As a practical matter, the questions we've been getting from the department are really quite different in that the administrative challenge seems to be where the trees have already been removed. And in some cases where the trees have already been removed and cultivation activities have already begun in the location. And the question then becomes, was that tree removal compliant with the ordinance? This has raised a number of challenges. Now, one of which is, how do you know the facts that occurred relative to the tree removal? The department is ultimately charged with making a factual determination here. At the end of the day, either a permit will be issued or it won't. And the question is, based on the information in front of it, does the department believe that the tree removal was consistent with the terms of the ordinance? That raises questions as to what do you do when there's conflicting evidence? What do you do when there's no evidence? In many cases, the availability of evidence may be limited by whether or not the tree removal was consistent or required any sort of licensing by any other organization at the time that it actually occurred. We've drafted, working with the department, we have drafted an affidavit that would be able to allow the applicant to provide a certain amount of basic information that could be a start to the department's review process, and in some cases may be sufficient to either grant or deny the permit based on the affidavit itself, the information that's in there. I don't want to represent that as a cure-all. There are a lot of challenges there. I think there are going to be questions of ambiguities. Whether the statement as reflected in the affidavit on those particular circumstances is going to be sufficient to make the factual determination that you need. There's going to be questions of what happens when there's no one who has the necessary information to be able to testify as to the facts that were needed for the affidavit, right? What happens when the applicant is a new landowner and they maybe don't have firsthand knowledge of when those trees were removed or what they were, et cetera. But it does give a basis for the department to be able to begin its analysis. It's tied to the factors that appear to be most relevant under the ordinance. In some cases, it's tied to factors that are related to whether or not a permit would have been required by some other agency, not necessarily dispositive in and of itself, but to give the cannabis department enough information to be able to determine, is there some other document that should be out there, and can we then rely on that to determine whether or not the tree removal was lawful at the time that it occurred. Additionally, there's going to be some issues in terms of how the evidence gets weighed and what happens when the information appears to be contradicted by other evidence. When does the department need to do a little bit of follow-up because it has a reason to believe that a statement contained in the affidavit may be inaccurate or incomplete, or where there's maybe some evidence that is advanced possibly by a neighbor, possibly by an environmental group, suggesting that it may have been false. And then also what happens if maybe the assertions that are made in the affidavit are on themselves, on their face, questionable. One of the hypotheticals that we had discussed internally was, what happens if someone comes in and testifies that, their 10,000 foot or 10,000 square foot cultivation area had all of the trees suddenly just fall down on their own. Right, and so, how do you verify that? How do you have enough information to be able to tell if the story sounds very unusual or possibly implausible? How to address that and go forward. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn this over to Director Nevedal and let her speak to some of the practical issues and challenges that they're seeing. And then I'd also ask if Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, after that, could address some of the ambiguities in the ordinance and some of the areas that we might ask this committee to consider some possible ordinance amendments to clarify questions that may be difficult to ascertain from the plain language of the ordinance itself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Nevedal, Mendocino County Cannabis Department. I do first want to just read the two sections in the ordinance that are related to the tree clearing prohibition. So turning first to Chapter 10A17, .040, subsection K, the ordinance reads, Prohibition on tree removal. Removal of any commercial species as defined by Title 14 California Code of Regulations, Section 895.1, commercial species for the Coast Forest District and Northern Forest District, and the removal of any true oak species or tan oak for the purpose of developing a cannabis cultivation site is prohibited. This prohibition shall not include the pruning of any such trees for maintenance or the removal of such trees if necessary to address safety or disease concerns. And then moving forward to the next section where we have reference and further clarification on the tree clearing prohibition, I will read from section 10A17.090, subsection T. So scrolling down to T. Subsection T reads, no application shall be approved which identifies or would require the removal of tree species listed in the previous section I read after May 4th of 2017 for the purpose of developing a cultivation site. For applications where trees were removed prior to May 4th of 2017, applicants shall provide evidence to the Department of Agriculture that no trees were unlawfully removed to develop a cultivation site. Such evidence may include, but is not limited to, a less than 3 acre conversion exemption or timberland conversion permit issued by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, also known as CAL FIRE, and trees were removed prior to May 4th, 2017. If during review of an application, county staff determines that trees were unlawfully removed to develop a cultivation site, the county shall deny the application. Notwithstanding the foregoing, for cultivation sites created prior to May 4th of 2017 through prior unauthorized conversion of timberland as defined in Public Resource Code Section 4526, a permit may be approved if the applicant provides evidence that environmental impacts of the tree removal have been mitigated to the extent feasible or otherwise resolved as required by the resource protection agencies, including CAL FIRE, the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. County staff shall defer to the resource protection agencies referenced herein for determinations as to the unlawful removal of trees or unauthorized conversion of timberland or the sufficiency of any required remediation to address the environmental impacts. Nothing herein shall be construed to limit or condition in any way the regulatory or enforcement authority of the resource agencies listed herein. So, just a reminder on the two sections briefly, right? Section 10A17 040 subsection K lays out the broad tree clearing prohibition and the species of concern, and is applicable to all applications and permit holders, right? Now, subsection T, referenced in chapter 10A17.090, creates or is language that creates a separate pathway for tree clearing that occurred before the ordinance went into effect on May 4th of 2017. So it acts to kind of create an exception or a broader pathway for tree clearing that occurred prior to the implementation of the ordinance. Now, tree clearing in general is not necessarily a cut and dry sort of scenario, right? And so I think at this point, it may be helpful to look at some visual aids that I prepared with the help of staff, so we can walk through kind of some of the questions that are going to come up, and then I would be happy to turn it over to Deputy Counsel Schwast. Did I say your name correctly? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Have him go through kind of some more of the considerations around definitions and information we're hoping to kind of gather through the course of this meeting, and if we need to carry on to another meeting. So, Atlas, how do I show the presentation that was uploaded? Okay, let's see if I can manage that here. In order to join from Zoom, we have to update this computer. Should I join from the okay, let's see here. Okay, let's try that. I like them. They're a great addition. Let me get back into here.
While we're waiting for Kristen, so you could take your time. I guess this question is probably for County Counsel and Supervisor Jardy. I've never been much into playing poker, so I'm just going to reveal my hand a little bit here. The board received a memo last night from Hannah Nelson that's very lengthy, and I don't know that anybody on our county council team has had time to review that. And given the fact that Hannah has publicly stated she's working on preparing possible litigation strategies against the county, I'm wondering how Supervisor Jardy and County Council feel about continuing to hear Director Nevedal's report and hearing from County Council and receiving public comment, and then continuing this item to the first GGC meeting in 23, which would be I think the 23rd or the 25th of January.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, the concerns. There is a risk of litigation with respect to some of the decisions that the board might make here. To be blunt, I think those risks are far more likely to come from the environmental side of things. That really the clarifications that you might make to the ordinance are unlikely to do anything that would potentially give rise to any action by an applicant. I think the real question is going to be depending upon how cautious the board decides to be, whether they're in line with the environmental mitigation measures that were previously adopted. So we didn't put anything forward that we thought was improper or indefensible. At the same time, recognize that there's a certain amount of risk if someone were to disagree with what the interpretation is of the relevant environmental document, and that's really where things would lie. I think we're going to need to discuss these issues. I think the board frankly, could make some decisions that would possibly clarify some points in the ordinance. I don't know that I'm particularly concerned about that process, which will have to be public, continuing at this time. To the extent that there are any legal issues or threats of litigation, I'm happy to address those through proper channels.
Thank you. Supervisor Jardy, you have been on the board longer than I have, and you were actually on the board when the ordinance was created. Do you think that you're agreeable to hearing from staff today and hearing public comment and then continuing the conversation in January, or do you wish to just make sure we move this item forward today?
Yeah, I think it'd be prudent to hear both the staff presentation, also the public comment, and then give county staff some more time to think over the public comment they hear today.
Okay, thank you. I would like to continue with that as our plan then. Were you able to log in? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. We'd love to see what you guys have come up with. It was included, by the way, in the agenda item.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify, no matter what the committee might decide today, it would take us time to draft things and come back to this committee with appropriate documentation. So I don't know that we would be simply approving an item and moving it onto the board at this point.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you for your patience while I get myself organized here to present. I do appreciate it. So what we've prepared today are just some hypothetical situations that we developed or put together to try to kind of reflect what we're dealing with in kind of the scope and breadth of tree clearing and all of its complications, sincerely. So starting with the first slide, what we've got represented here is the background of the parcel with the green symbols represents a wooded area. So we can assume that this parcel shown here is heavily wooded. And the gray square is a dwelling that with a brown residential driveway leading to that dwelling. What we see on the right-hand side of the parcel, so to speak, is the original cultivation site, and around it, hopefully you can see the light green highlighting. It reflects the borders beyond the original cultivation site where trees have been cleared or there was a natural clearing, right, that had occurred. So this is, say, an applicant who originally applied to the department for the dark green rectangle of cultivation area, right, within an original clearing shown in light green. If we move to the next slide, what we've seen is that the applicant has cleared a significantly larger area, shown in kind of this reddish pink color, and also put in a road, which has resulted in the clearing of trees to develop that road. And at this point, the applicant has engaged in tree clearing, and potentially tree clearing in relationship to the building of the road that only goes to the cultivation site. So, as we will hear from Deputy Counsel Schwass in just a little bit, this question about, for the purposes of developing a cultivation site, is a significant question that we are looking for a response to or an answer to. So the clearing of the trees for the road, is it or is it not a violation of the tree clearing prohibition? Furthermore, should the department be considering the expanded cleared area, right? In this proposal or this scenario currently as shown on the screen, no further development has occurred in the red shaded area, so the real consideration for tree clearing perhaps is just the road, but again, we are looking for some guidance. Let's move forward with another scenario. What if the applicant comes back and puts a pond within the area that they have cleared, right? If the pond is used just for residential purposes, I think there may perhaps be a difference in how we would consider that pond versus if that pond is the water or irrigation source for the cannabis cultivation area. If the pond is the water source for cannabis irrigation, was this clearing for the purposes of developing a cultivation site when the pond is used for cannabis cultivation irrigation? I think this is, again, getting back to the request for assistance with defining for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. Moving on to a slightly different scenario, we have the original cultivation site shown in dark green here on a very wooded parcel with a dwelling in the southeast corner of the image presented. Access roads are shown in gray, and what we have is the original cultivation site is consuming all of an original clearing, but then there's a small clearing available to the southwest of the cultivation site shown in light green. The applicant then proposes to develop a commercial processing facility, an F1 structure, in that small opening that's an original clearing, right? And so with that in mind, there are going to be likely, in order to develop that existing processing, fire break or fire clearance requirements in order for this to receive CAL FIRE clearance. If we look at 100 feet from the center of that proposed processing facility, it would likely result in the need for additional clearing. So, is this an eligible location because there's an original opening in the forest? Is this location eligible for putting in a permitted structure that may require additional tree clearing in order to obtain CAL FIRE clearance, right? Again, for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. We know the processing is directly related to the cultivation site, but in order for that F1 structure to obtain CAL FIRE clearance, there would be additional tree clearing necessary. So can the applicant move forward with developing the processing site or not? I think this is, again, going back to the question, the outstanding question of, for the purposes of developing the cultivation site. The next scenario we have here is a little hard to understand, so I'm just going to walk you through it real clearly here. So the dark blue line that comes across the top of the screen is meant to be a PG&E easement, right? And we have original cultivation site in dark green, essentially under the PG&E lines. So you don't see that the PG&E lines extend through what you see in green and what you also see in tan here, right? So cultivation sites developed And the application is applied for the area shown in dark green here. But then PG&E comes back and says, okay, we need to cut some trees under these power lines to reduce fire hazard. And so they come in and they clear a swath of trees under the power lines, which is what is shown in the light kind of tannish yellow color is PG&E's additional cleared space. So they come in, they clear the lines, and the applicant says, wow, that's some really nice clear space next to my original cultivation site. Can I expand into that area where trees were cleared? Can I, and they were cleared because of fire reduction on, behalf of PG&E, or PG&E cleared them purposely for fuels reduction. So is that an eligible space to use? This is our last scenario, but in this scenario, the light green area is what was proof of prior. It was the original cultivation site, and the dark green area was a meadow area, and it's significantly closer to the main road. So in this scenario, the applicant said, oh, I'm going to move out of my original cultivation site, and I'm going to develop this meadow. And so the dark green area where the cultivation was, kind of final form developed, so to speak, is not subject to tree clearing. And a fully permittable location if it meets all other aspects of the ordinance requirements. Fast forward a couple of years and the applicant says, it would be really nice to have a home here on this parcel. So I'm going to go apply for a grading permit for residential purposes because I would kind of like to build a home here. So the pink area shows what was approved by planning and building for grading for residential purposes, and that trees were removed in this area pursuant to the issued grading permit. So, fast forward another year or so. Well, I didn't build a home, but now I want to put processing there and a pond for irrigation. So, was the grading and tree clearing shown in pink for the purposes of developing a cultivation site? And if not, because we're looking at the grading permit for residential uses, is this area eligible for the expansion of an F1 processing structure and a pond, perhaps? Right? So this is what I've prepared, and these are the kind of questions the department is grappling with, so to speak.
If I may add to that, Madam Chair, and with this example in particular, I'd say, one more thing to be aware of is if the distinction is based on the subjective intent, if it's okay to put the pond and processing facility there because they originally cleared it with a different intent, then the other question becomes, how does the department determine that? Right. So how do you know what was in someone's head at the time that it was clearing, and what if the person who cleared it isn't even the proper or the current owner? Right. And that I think some examples will be easier, some will be much harder calls to make.
Yeah, thank you for providing the scenarios because I think that does help to have a graphic. County Council Swat, so you had some more to add?
Yes, just to go into the definitions that we prepared and to kind of clarify further of the struggles that the department does have. And as County Council Curtis was indicated, that the department must find objective standards to apply to a subjective regulatory language. And as Director Nevedal has shown, it is difficult to ascertain these objective standards, and so that's why we're working to develop these objective standards. And when looking at the definition of the tree removal process, or looking at the prohibition, it states that the removal for the protected tree species is prohibited for the purposes of developing a cannabis cultivation site. Cultivation site in the code is well defined as more or less as a location or facility where cannabis is planted, grown, harvested, dried, cured, graded, trimmed, or processed. So the issue isn't the definition of cannabis cultivation site. It's more or less what is the purpose of developing a cannabis cultivation site include. And so when you look at defining the purpose of developing, and you look at defining the interpreting a regulatory scheme or legislation, you look at the intent behind that legislation. Here we look at the mitigated negative deck and the declaration, and the initial study that was conducted and implemented at the inception of the cannabis program, and which included the tree of prohibition into the cannabis ordinance. And in the initial study, it recognized three main factors when discussing the tree removal prohibition. First, the potential impact on forestry resources associated with the cultivation of cannabis includes areas cleared of timber for the installation of roadways, water storage, and cultivation. Saying that the study took in creating these and recommending these mitigation efforts, it recognized that there is a potential impact for forestry clearing associated with roadways, water storage, and cultivation sites. And it also recognized that there is a baseline, a condition of existing cannabis cultivation sites that has caused trees to be removed, and that CAL FIRE reported that there was a surge of less CEQA exempt, less than 3 acre conversions that would have allowed cannabis cultivation to occur on that site. And so with taking those considerations and those recognitions for within the initial study and the mitigated negative deck, we've come to 3 potential definitions, and we're still working on these definitions, and this is why we're coming to the committee and this meeting to get input to flesh these definitions out further. So if you will, the first definition we have is for the purpose of developing a cultivation site. For the purpose of developing a cultivation site shall mean the alteration, grading, removal, or other development of land to create or expand a cultivation site as the term is defined in MC section 10A.17.020, which is the definition I read earlier. And so with this definition would not allow the creation or expansion of cultivation site, which includes those locations and facilities that I'd mentioned earlier. And however, it does not include supporting structures and or land developments that would otherwise be required to support a cultivation site. So this would allow cannabis cultivators to continue to use their existing cannabis cultivation site by allowing them to build supporting land improvements. However, it would not allow new and or expansion sites in that area. That if a removal of a protected tree species would be required. And I will remind everyone that these definitions only prohibit the removal.
Madam Chair, I think this might be a good time to go to the example on the screen, and I believe Mr. Swash could explain how that would fit, how this definition would apply in this particular scenario.
So with this scenario, the definition number 1 would apply to the original cultivation site with the green, so they would not be allowed to expand into the red area and or build the pond for that site, but it would allow them to continue to use that cultivation site.
It would disallow the development of the road as well. So what we're seeing here is the first definition that Deputy Counsel Schloss has brought forward would essentially disallow the development of the road, which resulted in the removal of trees of a concerned species, and would disallow the development of the pond for the purposes of irrigating the cannabis cultivation shown in dark green, because the pond is located in an area where commercial tree species were removed.
Correct. And then, and the clarification I was trying to, I was mentioning before was that the definitions, the purpose, that the alteration, grading, removal, or other development of land to create or expand a cultivation site would only be disallowed if it required the removal of a prohibited tree. If there is no such removal needed to do those activities aren't prohibitive to receive a permit. It's only, those activities are only prohibitive if it requires the removal of a tree. That's why the removal of a tree is not included in these definitions, because that is before in the code, and that's the reason for this prohibition. And so number two, it's similar to number one.
Sorry, County Councilor Schwash, I see
Yeah.
that Supervisor Jurdy has his hand up.
Yes, this question to County Council. So in the coastal zone, there are significant restrictions pretty similar to these, only I'd probably argue probably more restrictive because the list of protected plants is so vast in the coastal zone and created often by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and then accepted by the Coastal Commission as protected plants. But in the case of the coastal zone, while it's not allowed to impact those plants, individual applicants are often seen spending quite a bit of money hiring biologists and others to identify locations where they can mitigate their impact on those plants. And I'm just curious if the broad policies that we have in the countywide ordinance for cannabis, which I think were intended to assure no gross impacts on the environment countywide. I'm just curious if the policy could stand, but still allow for a case-by-case analysis at the applicant's expense to see if there are opportunities to mitigate their impacts on site, just as property owners in the coastal zone struggle to find locations on their property where they can mitigate impacts.
If I may respond through the chair. So the current ordinance structure doesn't allow that. I think that would be consistent, however, with, if I understand Supervisor Dirty's question, consistent with the underlying policy and the desire for environmental protection. What you would need to be able to implement that would be to have some sort of discretionary permit, in which case you are going to have to go through site-specific environmental review. So, there's going to be some CEQA analysis there, and that will be a slower process. But at the end of the day, it would give the department some discretion to be able to do things that might essentially mitigate the impacts on a per-site basis. So that's the feature that we're missing in having the ministerial permit process. That doesn't mean you can't switch to one. You certainly could, or create it as an alternative route. Although depending upon what other changes are there, you are also going to need to do some environmental review for the ordinance change in addition to the site-specific environmental review for the permit.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, moving on to proposed definition number 2. We have proposed the purpose of developing a cultivation site shall mean the alteration, grading, removal, or other development of land to create or expand a cultivation site as that term is defined in MC section 10A17020, supporting structures or land improvements. For this definition, land improvements shall include, but not be limited to, such items as excavation, non-infrastructure utility installation, driveways, parking lots, retaining walls, fences, and outdoor lighting. Now, this definition expands the prior definition to include supporting structures and land improvements in addition to preventing the creation or expansion of a cultivation site. So under this definition, we have the
So I apologize for that. Too quick on the slides, I think. So I believe that this definition, right, would this definition allow for development of ancillary structures where cannabis is not allowed or going to be processed or stored? Is that?
This definition would include that into the prohibition of tree, in the tree removal prohibition. So it would not include, so the addition in this instance, if rather than a pond or processing plant in the above expanded clearing area indicated in red, if it was under these definitions included any sort of non-infrastructure utility installation such as solar, driveways, parking lots, if there was a retaining wall needed up or a retaining wall installed in there, or any outdoor lighting installed in that red area, that would be prohibitive of the application, as they would not be allowed to build because of it would cause the tree removal or trees were removed in that area, which would prevent any such structure to be built.
Right, and arguably would also prohibit, say, ADA parking. So if the applicant had wanted to utilize the tree cleared area shown in red for ADA parking, which doesn't necessarily require a structure at all, but may be a requirement depending on the type of development they had conducted, say the green area included commercial greenhouses perhaps, then the applicant would be required to develop ADA parking and an ADA restroom. So in the definition that Deputy Counsel Schwass just read, we could pretend like the purple processing area is an ADA restroom and a parking area, which would also be disallowed under the definition that Deputy Counsel Schwass had just reviewed with the board.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I think we might have, there might have been a little bit of confusion on the first definition. I think Deputy County Counsel Schwass might have had it right initially in terms of, because we're defining a prohibition, if we define it very narrowly, such that for the purposes of creating a cultivation site is only, could we go back to the first one?
Yeah.
Such that the purposes of developing the cultivation site is only for those activities in the cultivation site itself. What that wouldn't capture, what the tree prohibition wouldn't extend to, is the road and the pond. In this instance, we're essentially saying that green area, the cultivation site, can't expand into the red, but the placement of the pond and the placement of the road is permissible because that's not for the purposes of developing the cultivation site. It's sort of that's essentially outside of the scope of the cultivation site definition. It's not including infrastructure or appurtenant facilities.
And so to further clarify, the second definition that Deputy County Counsel Schwass read would prohibit the development of this road and the development of this pond.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so let's just let's stay on this one.
We can absolutely do
and
that.
And then we can go forward, and so in a scaling sense of broadness, the third definition, the purpose of developing a cultivation site shall mean the alteration, grading, removal, or other development of land for the benefit of an existing or proposed cultivation site, as that term is defined in MCC section 10A17.020. This definition is much broader in the sense that it prohibits any land development that would benefit an existing and or proposed cultivation site, proposed meaning also an expansion as well. And so if in this indication, if this, all the pond, the road would be prohibitive, and then for argument's sake or for example's sake, let's say instead of the road, the new road being connected from outside the map to the red area, it was connected to the home. And then the applicant then improves the existing road, and that improvement would require the prohibition of or the removal of a protected tree species, there is a chance that this definition would capture that tree removal, is in the fact that they would have to use that road to access the cultivation site. And so one potential downfall, or not downfall, outcome of this definition would be that it could catch potentially tree removals that weren't necessarily for the sole benefit of the cultivation site, but that the cultivation site does get a benefit to, that there could be a potential prohibitive tree removals in that instance. Did you, Director Nevedal?
Sure. So I think essentially by broadening the definition, if the yellow road highlighted in red was an offshoot from the residential driveway in brown, the definition just related back would not prohibit the expansion of a road running from the driveway to the cultivation site. Furthermore, the definition just read would not necessarily eliminate the opportunity for the pond to be developed if the pond also was serving water to the residents, right? If it was for residential purposes as well.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think we're getting a little bit confused in terms of what's an allowance versus what's a prohibition. So since we're talking about a prohibition, this last definition, so we're talking about the pond, right? Under the second definition, the pond, if it's primarily serving the house and only sort of ancillarily of service to the cultivation site, might be allowed. Under this last definition, if the pond is servicing both, it wouldn't be allowed. But by extension, if the road were coming from the house to the cultivation site, then the driveway from the main road to the house, which may be primarily for the benefit of the house, might also be prohibited, or any expansion of that that removes trees might also be prohibited. So you can see there's some trade-offs with that last one.
So as you can see, we've developed and we've been working on these definitions, and as demonstrated, you can develop broad or very narrow definitions, and that's why we have come to request input from both the committee and public.
Thank you. Go ahead, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I might clarify, one of the things that we looked at as part of this process was, we do have the ordinance, right? And fundamentally, the question for the department and for the council is, what does that ordinance mean? And we looked at the various supporting documents. We're trying to divine the legislative intent, and then I would note that the director's interpretation is entitled to a certain amount of deference. But this is one where we thought there was enough gray area that it may be prudent for the board to go ahead and just do a clarifying ordinance, because the mere fact that the department's interpretation is entitled to deference doesn't mean that at the end of the day a court might not ultimately ultimately might not disagree, right? So to sort of foreclose that and to provide everyone some certainty and some clarity, it may be better if the board were simply to tighten up a definition in a way that answers these questions and gives the department clear direction on how to move forward.
Thank you. Are we done with the presentation from staff?
If I may, I think we still need to talk about the safety and disease concerns.
Okay, please do.
And so in addition to just the prohibition of tree removal for the purpose of developing a cultivation site, there are exemptions to that for the pruning and maintenance and safety and disease concerns. The pruning and maintenance is straightforward, as well as disease concerns. We can talk about the evidentiary standards of the disease concerns, and that's discussed through the affidavit. But right now, in discussing the ambiguity of the ordinance, I'd like to focus on the safety concerns. And when looking at, similar to developing the cultivation site, we look at the initial study and the mitigated negative deck. They don't discuss safety concerns in those documents. And so the department can look at other state agencies and standards that they have for safety. So we look at CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE does have standards in creating defensible space, and they have recommendations in creating the defensible space. And then, in addition to their recommendations, there's also CAL FIRE requirements that are necessary into getting permits for buildings and for commercial buildings, such as F1 commercial building. And so what the department is looking to establish is whether or not they want to implement CAL FIRE safety standards to apply objective standards in applying this tree prohibition. So for this example, we have the existing cultivation site in green, the expanded processing site in pink, and then however, to license that, they would need to clear out 100 feet of trees within that structure. So that would require a prohibited tree removal.
And Madam Chair, if I may, one of the examples that we talked about sort of in contrast to this is if, say, you had an existing residence, or if we're talking about the PG&E example, right, if the tree removal is happening for a safety reason that's not related to the cannabis cultivation, that might not prohibit cultivation within that area. But if you are constructing a new structure for the purposes of the cannabis cultivation, or converting a structure for the purposes of the cannabis cultivation, and that work would require removal of trees for safety clearance, we didn't believe that we could read the ordinance as being consistent, or the tree removal prohibition as allowing that in a way that was consistent with the ordinance, because essentially you would have a loophole you could drive a truck through, right? That you wouldn't be able to clear an area for the purposes of doing an outdoor grow, but if you had a tiny clearing, you could put in a hoop house and then clear a vast swath around it for the purposes of providing safety and security, or fire safety and clearance for the structure that's really just serving the cannabis operation.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, so I understand the policy issue that the planning and the cannabis department and county councils bring forward in this case. Can you provide clarification? Is CAL FIRE's concern for the 100-foot clearance around this structure? If I understand it, it's not an inhabited structure. It's strictly a commercial structure. Looks fairly small based on the scale of the map. Is the concern to protect the structure from a wildfire, or is it to create a clearance of 100 feet around the structure to protect the wildlands around it? My general understanding is that the 100-foot clearance has to do with to protect structures, generally inhabited structures, make them defensible in the case of a wildfire. I guess I'm trying to understand. And then finally, is that a requirement of CAL FIRE that you have 100-foot clearance, or is that a strong recommendation?
To respond to the chair, I don't know the answer to that one off the top of my head. I'll see if other staff might happen to have the answer.
I do not have the answer whether or not if it is a requirement or a recommendation. But
so I guess what I'm getting at is, if the 100-foot clearance is to protect structures, and in most cases it's an inhabited structure from wildfires reaching the structure, and if that's the purpose, and it's not to protect the wildlands from a structure fire, although it probably is both, but if that's not the principal purpose, then it just seems like the risk then is being put on the owner of the structure if they have less than 100-foot clearance from the wildlands from a potential wildfire. In other words, they would have a structure that's less defensible in the case of a wildfire. Obviously, would not want to do anything that would create a greater likelihood of wildfire spreading from a structure that's not currently on site. And so I just try to understand the purpose of the 100-foot clearance, and is it a requirement or recommendation, and what's being protected? Is it the structure that's being protected from the wildfires, or is it the wildlands that are being protected from an ignition point, a potential ignition point in a structure?
If I may, through the chair, if I understand correctly, Supervisor Judy, I think what you're asking is essentially, would it be possible, consistent with the ordinance and consistent with CAL FIRE's regulations, to allow the structure to go in but prohibit the tree clearing? Is that where the question lies?
Yeah, if the risk that's being taken by that action is being carried by the property owner, that their structure is in jeopardy because it has less than 100-foot clearance. If that's the principal risk that's being taken is by that property owner, then it seems it's different than if the risk is being absorbed by the general public, because now there's a potential ignition point that could start a wildfire. So because it has less than a 100-foot buffer between it and the wildlands.
Thank you. I think I understand the question. I think that's a worthwhile policy consideration, but I'd like to point out, I think in many of these scenarios, it's not a question of essentially, could they have put it in consistent with the CAL FIRE regulations and not cleared the trees? My understanding is that these situations most commonly pop up after the trees have already been cleared. And then the question becomes, what is the cannabis department supposed to do in that situation?
And if I may, through the chair, just add to that, what we've seen in CAL FIRE letters to property owners is a request to clear a minimum distance of 100 to 150 feet. And then we also experience that sometimes that minimum distance is not what's observed by the applicant. So they, instead of clearing the minimum distance of 100 to 150 feet, they clear 300 feet around, say, a structure that is put into a small opening, and then they want to add additional structures based on the original CAL FIRE letter suggesting a minimum of 100 to 150 feet be cleared. So it does get complicated quickly.
Just to be clear, my line of question isn't suggesting that a loophole where people then create a clearing. I was trying to understand, is there a need for a clearing in the first place?
Thank you. I actually believe that we do need to take a lunch break. We're 20 minutes past when I said we were going to take a lunch break. So at this point, we will take 30 minutes and we will be back at 1:20. 2D, and I'm checking in with the team to see if there's any additional comments. I think we left off at CAL FIRE, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to continue through the memo or where you'd like to proceed next before I open it up to public comment.
There are just a few things I'd like to touch on before we close off here. One is, and I'm sorry if I could ask Director Nevedal if she might be able to put that example back up. I just wanted to highlight one issue with respect to the difference between, I think it was the second and the third examples, the one that included the PG&E versus the clearance. Give us just a moment here. And while we're waiting for that, I'll say, we recognize we're highlighting a fair number of relatively difficult issues here in terms of interpretation and application. And one of the things that I think would be really helpful for the department as we come through any sort of modifications or revisions is to be able to keep this tied as much as we can to any objective standards, recognizing that we don't want to demand proof from people who remove trees that had no reason to be gathering documentation or evidence, right? We don't want to ask the impossible or things that they had no reason to generate, but we do need to have some sort of, to the extent that we can, we need to have some sort of clear standard that isn't going to sort of put too much on the individual decision. If we go to the next one. Yes, the PG&E one. So, I just want to highlight that with this particular example, so we talked about sort of a definition for the purposes of developing a cultivation site, and then we talked about a definition of safety removal. And this is an interesting one here with the PG&E example because it could potentially fall under either or both. Depending upon what those definitions are, right? So if we have removal from this area, one is that we could look at sort of subjective factors in terms of, we know PG&E was the one that did the removal. Was it their intent to be creating space for the cultivation site? Then, of course, that potentially opens up the door for questions like, well, when do we know what the intent is? Do we only rely on that when it's someone other than the person who cleared out the space? What are the standards that we would apply there? And then the other thing is the safety reasons, right? So we know that even if that is something that might be considered for the purposes of developing the cultivation site under the terms of the ordinance, it might also fall within the safety exception. But then we have to look at what are our definitions there, and are we presuming that any tree clearing within the easement space is going to be for safety purposes? Is that tied to a CAL FIRE regulation? Is that a PG&E best practice? Is it a CPC regulation? Do we require it to be tied to those particular factors? And if not, how do we determine when that criteria is met? So there's just one thing to think about in this particular example. I think the department thinks that this is probably within the intent of something that would be allowed for under the ordinance, but we have to craft definitions that would make it so that the reasons that would fall within the language of the ordinance are consistent with the intent and the application that we would have in other areas. And with that, Madam Chair, what we'd like to ask this committee for today, I don't know that we need you to choose one of the definitions or to tell us definitely how to proceed. What we'd like to do is essentially be checking in with the committee, making sure that this is something that you're comfortable with, and then if you do want to, we would like some direction to be able to go ahead and explore a clarifying ordinance that might tackle some of these issues. And if you're prepared to provide some guidance as to which definitions you might want to apply, that's fine. Or if you'd like us to sort of look at more options, gather more information, or are there any areas the committee is particularly interested? Staff wants to make sure that we're on the right track and then presenting that to you appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything else from the department? No? Okay. Supervisor Jurdy, do you have any questions or comments before I open the public comment?
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go to in the room first and then online, and Jude Tillman is the first online hand that I have.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. First off, I just want to thank you all for taking an extraordinary amount of time to look at these issues. They are brain twisters. There are a lot of complicated situations, and trying to balance applying standards so that there is fairness, and at the same time, not having dealt with this for so many years makes it really challenging. So thank you very much, all of you, for putting your time and effort into it. And I think it's going to be important that we continue to apply our best brains going forward. And I also very much appreciate that I did not expect anybody to be able to read my pounded out 8-page letter submitted last night. I just felt it was important to get something out there and for everybody to contemplate over more time. But I did write in my memo that I feel like I didn't have adequate time to really go through and contemplate, and particularly because there's some brain twisters, as County Councilor was indicating before, and which was apparent and welcome, Deputy County Councilor Schwass, that it gets confusing about whether something is a prohibition or, the definition and whatnot, and the application really takes a while. So I definitely think that more effort and time is going to have to be spent, and please don't feel that if I submit further comments down the road, and even if I accidentally go over some of the same materials, it's just because I haven't had time to adequately process and organize all of what was presented in the staff memo. And then there was clarification today of a few things, which I appreciate. Going to a couple of questions that I heard posed out loud. With respect to CAL FIRE clearance, and Supervisor Jurdy, your question about, is it for the benefit of the structure, or is it required, or whatever? It's my understanding that it is actually both, but there is a clear requirement for fire clearance if you're getting a building permit. And unfortunately, what complicates things even further, as if we needed that, is that depending on the year that you applied for your building permit, there may be different distances. I think, but I am not a building permit expert, but there may also be a difference between whether it's an occupied dwelling or whether it's a storage building or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But so it's a great thought to look at, well, gee, is it, kind of just an assumption of the risk for the structure owner, and can we somehow, tie that into the main purpose? I think that we potentially could, except to the extent that people are required to get building permits as part of the cultivation permitting process. And I think the issue has always been, which came first, the chicken or the egg? If they are taking, if they're required to add a structure, let's say because of a requirement that, for example, they keep their harvest in a secure location with a lock and whatnot. And so they didn't necessarily want to build a structure, but they have to. They have to have something that is a permanent structure and not just like a lockbox, because the state requires it to not be movable. All of a sudden, they put a structure in an area where there would then need, for it to be permitted, to have fire clearance. Yeah, it gets really complicated as to who is requiring what at what point, and whether or not that was intended to be cleared for purposes of developing cultivation. So I think that's another kind of little twist on the scenario. And unfortunately, I think that there are as many weirdo examples out there as we could possibly conceive of, and probably ones we can't conceive of. And that's the other challenge in trying to craft something that's universally applicable and doesn't unnecessarily Well, that also balances the unique moment in time that we're trying to resolve these, because I think that if we had clear standards, clear definitions, clear delineation of what evidence was required to prove the different things from the beginning, this would be a very, very different conversation, and I don't think as many challenges would be presented both by the unique facts that have grown up around it and also by a department who's trying to do its best to be a responsible department and follow the MND, and at the same time have to figure out these situations after the fact. So I do think that for better or for worse, a certain amount of consideration has to be put into whether or not some of the rules, based on the lack of ability of applicants to provide levels of evidence that were not requested over the past 5.5 years, has to be considered into the whole mix. The other thing that I wanted to point out that came up in the presentation is in the last example that County Council was talking about with regards to PG&E clearance, and does it fit in this exemption or that exemption or whatever. Actually, that to me is one of the clearest scenarios, because it was not by the cultivator. Now, where it could probably get tricky is if the cultivator put in PG&E because the ordinance required them to get off of a generator. So again, here we have all these twisted things, and I guess what I'm reiterating, and I think I mentioned this in the memo, is that as we're looking at these broader policy implications, it's important to remember the other policy implications and not going awry of the M&D at all. And this is why, Supervisor Jurdy, I really appreciated your identifying, like, gee, is there a way that we can focus in on the intent of the MND and really respecting that, but having an evaluation of the impact and mitigations, and as I think, I'm sorry, I don't remember which staff person mentioned, hiring a biologist to figure out more appropriate areas or mitigations or whatever, and maybe it was you, Supervisor Jurdy. One thing that I want to point out is that we do have, and Director Nevedal can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that in the sensitive species and habitat questionnaire, which every applicant has to now file, if in fact they've done any grading or any tree removal, it's pretty much certain that they're going to have to be referred to CDFW for the sensitive species and habitat review. And more often than not, out of that review is likely going to be the need for a biological survey that CDFW itself will request, so that they can do that impact analysis, as well as potentially have a way to find that the overall impact was less than significant. So we kind of have a mechanism without creating a separate discretionary permit process through our very complicated sensitive species and habitat review, where people are already being funneled for that kind of evaluation. So in line with what Supervisor Jurdy was suggesting, I'm wondering if there's a way to just kind of go, look, all of those people have to be referred this way anyway. Let's, have it go through that process. That will necessarily require this evaluation. So that's one thing to potentially think about as a solution. And I apologize, but it was not, and perhaps it was just because of how exhausted I was over the weekend, but I didn't get that the staff memo was in preparation for an ordinance change. I really thought that this was just about policy choices. And I think that I'm not opposed to an ordinance change whatsoever, and it may be, in fact, the best path forward. But I'm wondering if if it wouldn't be more sensible to kind of really play out some policy choices that the board eventually decides upon before codifying it, only because, you know, that it just seems like there's more opportunity to examine unintended consequences. And I think that if there's any lesson that we all have to bring forth from the past 5.5 years, it's that there are many unintended consequences that we need to be aware of. In my memo, and I'm not going to go through every item there, I really appreciate the extended amount of time that you're taking to this, but I think it's important to look at what are our goals. And one of the things that was striking to me is, and it might just have been the order that was picked, but it seems to me defining the contradictory evidence that could be presented is going to be key. So if we're going to move forward with this affidavit process where whether it's guided through such specific information or not, the affiant is swearing under penalty of perjury. And by the way, then it's notarized, which it doesn't have to be both under the law, but that's fine. That's a level of evidence. And if they don't have I mean, of course, if they have documentation other than that, fabulous, wonderful. But as we know, some people who fit the exceptions quite well or did not let's just presume under whatever definition is adopted by the board for purposes of developing, let's just say that they did not do it for purpose of developing. In either scenario, their affidavit should really, it's evidence. And so without really understanding the nature of the type or quality of contradictory evidence that could arise, and I'm really honestly stumped, like what would it be? The only thing that I could think of is it wouldn't be like a code enforcement event would have shut them down already if it was really a violation. If it's a complaint, then that would have gone through code enforcement. So I've been stretching my mind to understand, and I really think that it's important for us to look at that context, because otherwise, given the scenario where so many years have passed, where people were not required to gather or retain certain specific information. Like I have clients who actually had photographs, but their phone, they didn't have the cloud, and their phone broke, and there's no way of retrieving it, and there's no way to prove the date. Or some that have been able to get some extracted, but it didn't have the date on it or whatever. So there's all kinds of, again, all these different scenarios. So I think it's important when we're looking at, okay, if part of the board direction was, and it's established in the staff memo, to minimize the bureaucracy at which somebody can utilize the safety and disease exemptions, but still be within the mandates of the mitigation measure, what are we doing looking more at this affidavit, or under what circumstances could you even determine a contrary fact, such as intent, through satellite imaging? No. Anyway, so I think it's worth exploring, and I think that I would have a lot more to say about that component of the contradictory evidence if I had some idea of what that was about. I think that another thing that I really strongly believe is that the use of a ministerial permit and check the box scenario, but with these hybrid responsibilities such as the SSHR provision, complicates the issue. On the one hand, it provides an opportunity in this instance now to use that process to come to the overall impact question and evaluation. In what other context in the county is a ministerial permit examined in a way that this kind of ministerial permit is examined in terms of contrary proof with respect to an affidavit? So if you're going and applying for a building permit, or you're, obviously, if an inspector shows up and sees that you wrote something on your application and it's wrong, they either make you correct it, or they deny sign off on it, or whatever. If you're going in for a business license, you have to attest to various things. And what kind of ancillary evidence would be dug up to contradict what you're declaring under penalty of perjury? And so I think, again, I really want to focus on that and the weight of, at this point, given the failure to specify, in the ordinance, it was not as if there wasn't an ability to specify. And Supervisor Jurdy, you might recall, like, the amendment was passed and there was rigorous conversation regarding it. And around the same time, the whole issue of what proof of prior was discussed. It was literally around the same time. And as a result of the proof of prior conversation, there was a litany of very specific evidence that was detailed as being required. And so when you're comparing these two items, of course, in hindsight, we wish that there was a detailed list with respect to this issue too, but that has to be given consideration when people have gone on their merry way. In some instances, they've been inspected already. Never was there, oh, wait, we can't continue to process your permit. Some people have had code enforcement, and code enforcement was there and didn't have an issue with the tree removal. So at any rate, I just think that context is incredibly important. So whatever, besides the standards, besides the definition, I think it might be wise to figure out a process for those people who have been in good faith proceeding along and not realizing that they were going to be required to produce documents that are no longer available. Otherwise, they have to counteract some theoretical allegation that they might not be telling the truth. And that's, I can't stress it enough. I think another thing that gets confused is, well, I don't know if it gets confused. I think the staff memo pointed out that there's certainly, the language of the ordinance says some of the things that could prove that there was lawful removal if it was prior to 5-4 include. And it specifically acknowledges that that's not the only type of proof that is possible to proceed with. So when we start to get into whether or not there was an exemption permit, or whether or not there's some kind of verification that it was for disease or safety purposes, that gets really, really, really tricky, because CDF turned people away. They would call and they say, I've got these 3 trees, they're dead, I've got to remove them, can I get a permit? No. Are you selling the? No. And they wouldn't give any documentation at all. And that was the reality for throughout all these years. No, you're not entitled to anything from CDF or CAL FIRE unless you're applying for a building permit, in which case then they're going to mandate that you have already cleared it. And that, as County Council indicated before, gets a little bit confusing. So anyway, the weight of the evidence is kind of an important thing, and whether or not the affiance information alone is enough, and why there would need to be additional supporting documentation, and what is meant by if there's some indication that it's not true. I think with respect to the varying degrees of definitions, in my memo, I mentioned that I think that the definition itself, regardless of which level, is not specific to tree removal. It's the only provision in all of 10A17 that requires this definition for purposes of developing a cultivation site. As Deputy County Counsel Schwass indicated, we have the indication of what is a cultivation site, and therefore it's those activities that are mentioned there really that should be the basis, since it's only for purposes of this tree removal aspect of the ordinance that we even are looking at for the purpose of. And then there's the issue of intent, and I don't know that we could impugn intent from other information. So I'll give you an example. I have a client who it was presumed that tree removal next to their garden was to benefit the garden. And yet, I happen to have been dealing with a biologist and forester on a different aspect for their CEQA stuff, and this person decided to look up and gosh, God bless these scientists, figured out a way to calculate what direction the sun goes over the garden, and that there was no, shade that would have been there from the height of the tree that was now in the sun, la, 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 la. So there was there was a presumption automatically that because it was somewhat near the garden, that it must have benefited the garden. So I think we really have to be careful about that, because how are people supposed to step forward, be regulated, and say, wait a minute, no, I'm telling you this is not why I did this, but you didn't tell me that I had to have this and this and this kind of documentation, so now I only have my word that this is why it happened and this is what happened and whatever. Same thing with storms. There are a lot of storms that knocked over a lot of trees, and especially those that have been blighted with the beetle infestation and whatnot. And we know, because there's a separate task force in the county, that this is a big issue. And sometimes the argument has been made by MCD that, well, why did they then only do the safety removal near the cultivation activities? If there's other places on their property, well, maybe they don't go to the other places on their property as much. And therefore, the real safety concern is that people, a person, the applicant, is going into that area. So all of a sudden, a tree dead way out on their property where they might not be, it's just not the same kind of danger. Sure, there's fire danger, but it's not quite the same danger as falling on somebody.
Thank you, Hannah.
Yeah.
Can I ask if you could maybe just wrap up in
Sure.
the next couple of minutes here, because we do have other people that want to comment.
Absolutely. I attached some materials from the UC Cooperative Extension Forestry there, and I referenced them in some footnotes here. And I also attached the CAL FIRE, and I'm sorry it didn't say this, I didn't realize it didn't print, but maybe on the online version it does. all of the different exemption permits or regular permits and some of what I explained, but it really only deals with the permits required, exemption permits or THPs. And it doesn't, there's no way, it kind of proves the point, there's no way to document something that you don't need even an exemption permit for. I'll probably have a lot more to say as time goes on, but thank you. And I really do hope that we can come up with some practical solutions given the point in time that we're at, and perhaps utilizing the SSHR process is one pragmatic way to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your memo. I don't believe that the infographic that you have in your hand was uploaded to the document. I have 8 pages. So perhaps if you can re-upload that, that would be great. Thank you. I am going to go to online comments, starting with Jude Tillman and then Michael Katz.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jude Tillman, president of MCA. We urge you to read Hannah Nelson's entire memo, which offers the detailed legal facts that will aid the county in correcting this policy to avoid, quote, unnecessary appeals, which would only further entangle up an already hampered cannabis program. To be fair, the staff report we're looking at today may have been an honest attempt to identify in a meaningful way for people to utilize the exceptions written into the ordinance, especially 5.5 years after the ordinance was passed. But unfortunately, it fails in that task in that it doesn't and can't possibly capture how this would play out in a practical way, as indicated by many of the examples Hannah gave, and also as indicated by some of the analysis offered by County Counsel Curtis. For example, in the staff report, we have the almost pleading request that while the MCD is charged with administering the county's regulations, it asks the board or the GGC to please provide, quote, input and direction in developing definitions and policies on the tree removal prohibition, given the important policy issues involved and the potential impact the policy may have on the county. Page 4, paragraph 1. That's exactly the task that the MCD and county staff were charged with performing themselves. So it just indicates how complicated this is. This tossing back and forth of this task of coming up with definitions between the board, the GGC, the MCD, and staff, it can only result in failure and frustration with the current situation. Simply put, applicants are being asked to prove things that the county does not have a standard against which to measure that proof. Maybe there's an easier route. In addition to what Hannah cited as the automatic funneling to CDFW, and just to underscore the point that she also made, the signature of an applicant on a statement underlined by the caution of perjury charges for untrue statements or inaccuracies, that signature stands as valid. Affidavits are evidence in California courts of law. So why don't you just rely on that? Lastly, MCA is aware of the numerous legal opinions submitted to the county over the past many months regarding the unlawful vegetation modification standard and process. As noted in the MCA memo, this raises another concern that the county may have to waste precious financial resources defending itself against a legal challenge of the tree removal program. I totally appreciate County Counsel Curtis's statement that the county is not asking for unobtainable proof from an applicant. It's too complicated and it's subjective. But there is also another option, and that's the choice of dropping this subjective approach by amending the original ordinance and amending and clarifying the original ordinance. We believe that would be a wise choice for the GGC to recommend to the board that they do just that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michael Katz?
Yes, thank you, supervisors. And thank you so much for providing the additional time to discuss this very complicated issue. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. Globally, I just want to say that in the same instances that we have said before, that in this instance, when we have the opportunity to create definitions, and that we have the opportunity to try to figure out the right way to move forward, we have provided quotes from the board at the time this was developed. The intent was clear. Clear cutting was something that was not desired. That was it. And now we find ourselves far beyond the conversation of clear cutting. And so I really appreciate that this is a conversation that can continue. And I genuinely support continuing to work with Hannah Nelson and stakeholders on these very important issues. But ultimately, we want, as a community, we all benefit more when we keep more people in the program who are maintaining compliance and working towards compliance. So in every opportunity for interpretation, we have the ability to provide interpretations that are going to support more operators. So I encourage this committee and that by extension, the board and county council and staff to work with us stakeholders to identify what is the least damaging way to move forward with this process as it relates to our cultivators. And that is the best way that we can try to hope to save as many people as possible. And I will just say to county council's comment about the legal concerns, that there are concerns that the environmental groups might have take issue with some changes that might go on, but that there's not a thought that applicants would. I just would question that assumption. So thank you very much for your consideration, and we look forward to continuing this conversation at future meetings.
Thank you. There are no more online comments, so I will go to Supervisor Jurdy. Do you have questions, comments, or remarks, direction to staff before this item comes back to the GGC?
No, thanks.
I have several thoughts that I'm concerned about. I mean, one of them being, when this ordinance was created, Mendocino County was at the tail end of a 5-year drought. We're currently in year 4 of a drought. We have a tree mortality ordinance, and I have concerns about the way that the ordinance was contemplated in the first place and future impacts as far as the cannabis industry and what they are or are not able to do. And while I certainly don't want to see trees removed needlessly, nor do I want for people that acted out of ill means to be allowed to continue to cultivate. I really have concerns about the current climate and where it may go in the future and the impact to our cannabis community. In particular, I want to bring up the ability to add solar and ponds for use for cannabis. Since I've been on the board, that conversation has really, in my opinion, taken a very sharp turn with no trucking water. Obviously, it's not such a sharp turn about the generators, but I think that allowing ponds for cultivators and allowing for them to be able to update their sites to permit that, I think is important, and important. Water storage in general is important for the future. And I certainly understand that based on some of the locations of our farms, there, and I wish that the ordinance would allow for mitigation. If I'm taking out, 1 tree to plant 4 more, then to have my water storage, then, that's definitely something I would like to see, but I understand that's not where we are today. So I just, as we move forward, those are the things that are on my mind. So I think I am looking more towards development of properties to sustain the cannabis industry without, of course, clearing a whole forest. And then also in my notes, I have, the insurance requirements for both homes and businesses have changed drastically over the last 5 years, especially after the fires from 2017. So depending on the site of a cannabis cultivation in relationship to where its house is, the insurance company, if they're able to get one, may require a certain amount of clearance. So I think that there are some variables that I would like to see somehow included as we move forward. And perhaps that's also the kind of opportunity for providing proof. If a cannabis cultivator were able to go to their homeowner's insurance and say, in 2017, 2018, did you tell me I needed to have 100 feet of clearance? I mean, the regulations and policies within each insurance company changes, but they are documented and it's not a secret. So, I mean, maybe that needs to be included as some type of proof. I don't have I wouldn't say that I have a clear direction on the three definitions that were proposed, but my wish is that we try to be flexible with the changing needs of the climate. And I don't like using the word flexible, but we do know that fire and drought have changed the way that our trees are able to impact our environment. That gives you nothing. Congratulations.
If I might ask for a little bit of clarification,
No.
and if you're not able to answer this now, that's fine. But I think what I'm hearing is that you're concerned. So there's two areas of definition or there are two areas of ambiguity we're looking for some clarification on. Right. One has to do with the three definitions we put forward in terms of what is for the purposes of developing the cultivation site. The other relates to safety or disease concerns. And I think what I'm hearing, Madam Chair, is that you're particularly concerned that we need to have adequate room for climate-related safety concerns, in particular, things that may be related to changing safety standards, either those propounded by an insurance company or by some sort of regulatory agency within the ordinance's definition of what is a removal for a safety or disease concern. Do I have that part right? Yes. And then I think I'm also hearing that there is a desire, and that might not be part of this clarification process, but an also desire to look at the possibility of more flexibility, I suppose, for things that might be an environmental net gain. Now that might require, well, I can say there's a good likelihood that anything along those lines would require some level of environmental review. Now it may be that if it's tailored right, it might not be especially onerous. I would ask the committee if it's all right. I think we can put that on our sort of to-do list, but I would suggest that maybe could split that off from the short-term questions as to what to do with these permits that are in queue right now, and then look at ways that the ordinance might be able to be modified. Because I think what I'm hearing is that it might make sense to consider some sort of discretionary permit as an alternative to allow for the site-specific environmental review. But quite frankly, anyone going through that is going to have to probably be essentially looking at a new application for something that otherwise wouldn't get through under the current process. So I don't know that that's a quick fix, but if the committee's all right with that, we could put that sort of in the hopper for a little bit down the line here.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I mean, I think I could look at one of the examples that staff provided, actually the first example. It really, in my mind, does a couple of things that I think the state and the county want to do, in that it, by providing a road to the cultivation site, it separates it from the homestead, which, one of the major things about the state was wanting to separate children from cannabis cultivation. It adds a pond to the cultivation site. I mean, I don't see adding that pond for home use that far away. Maybe that's efficient. Go ahead, Director Nivedal.
I do think that the distance of the pond is not necessarily relevant to its use. Oftentimes, it's the height of the pond comparatively to the areas of use, right? So obviously you can pump water uphill, but for ease sake, most folks, when developing their land, are going to try to get their water storage, whether it's a pond or tanks, elevated above, say, wherever the water will be used, so they can naturally gravity feed it without having to move towards electrical or solar installation. So I think, and then also, the state doesn't allow persons who are younger than 21 years of age in the premises, but if your premises, say, crosses the driveway to your residence because you have cultivation activities occurring on both sides of the driveway, that is not prohibited. There would be no reason to put in a new road simply because your cultivation site spans your driveway, right? So there's no restriction on ingress and egress, so to speak. The restriction is in having persons under 21 years of age in the premises where the cannabis will be handled, maintained, stored, worked with, etc.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's, I guess in my mind, each individual site and what was contemplated with making these choices is really, it really is subjective. And I just don't have any answers today, so I'm glad that we're continuing the conversation until January.
May I ask, Madam Chair, is there anything that this committee would find particularly helpful, any more information or areas that you would like us to explore, or any questions that you would like us to answer before the January meeting?
Supervisor Jurdy, do you have anything that you want to direct staff towards?
No.
I'm afraid not. Hopefully you have enough direction to move forward. Do we have one more public comment? It looks like, if it could just be brief, that would be great.
You would want staff to look into the possibility of piggybacking on the SSHR process, in keeping with Supervisor Jurdy's comment earlier about impact and seeing whether or not that can help resolve some of the issues. Also, that could potentially touch upon some of the issues with respect to pond development and other development that might not be directly related to a regulation, but that is an environmental plus. And then finally, with respect to the insurance as a possible way, I really appreciate the creativity. Of course, I know your history in that profession, but I think that people are afraid to contact their insurance companies to trigger a new review and possibly be dropped. People are having a hard enough time getting insurance because of fires. So that just may present some challenges. And then when you add the fact that they may not have known, let's say it was residential insurance, and they did not necessarily know that on your parcel next door that it's commercial cannabis, that could present other problems for some underwriters. Anyway, just thought I'd point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. County Council Curtis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just, with respect to the SSHR and the significance of that, that is something that if we're looking at sort of this two-pronged approach and the possibility of down the line adding some sort of discretionary permit review as an alternative for those that can't get through the ministerial, it may fit in that bucket, but I don't think that's something we can tackle right now. If Ms. Nelson has some thoughts as to how that might be relevant for the ministerial process, I'm happy to look at those. But my initial thought is that we're probably not going to be able to do much with that unless we have some sort of discretionary review process that gets lumped in there.
Okay, thank you. Do we have an additional staff or, do we have additional comments from staff at this point? And Supervisor Jordy, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No.
I believe that we can report out tomorrow during supervisors' reports that this item is going to be continued to the first GGC meeting in January. Do you need a motion or any kind of movement, or no?
No, I would just note, we may need to address this as part of the committee closeout item for the end of the year. I believe there was a comment made previously that it's anticipated this committee will have the same composition next year. But if for any reason the committee were changing, or the board were looking to change the committee composition, we might need to address whether there's some sort of split of responsibilities for a continued item.
Okay, we will keep an eye on that. The clerk of the board will especially. Okay, maybe not. All right, I'm going to move on to item 3A, public expression. And any members of the public that would like to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom or come forward to the podium in person. All right, I have no, I do have Michael Katz with his hand raised on Zoom, please.
Yes, thank you, Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I just genuinely want to thank Supervisor Mulhern, you and Supervisor Jordy for taking the time for this meeting and really going beyond the traditional timing and really enabling these conversations to happen as things move forward and these conversations progress. We are completely committed to working with this committee and the department to improve conditions on the ground for everyone and do our best to save as many of our locally licensed cannabis operators as possible. So thank you for taking the time to consider our inputs.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to item 3B, announcements, and there are none. So I call for adjournment. So moved, Supervisor Jarity. Thank you.
Okay.
We're adjourned.